HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people, they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free. But this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students in tents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone in their Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's put it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, folks. Today is Thursday, Thirsty Thursday. Edgar looking ass. Oh, yeah, I got the Edgar cut today. I thought you couldn't rap another HasanAbi lie. I know. That was me. That was actually me. That was not Macklemore. Anyway, folks, it is Thirsty Thursday, August 15th, 2024. It is 11:59 a.m. right on the dot, and I'm obviously very late. I'm an hour late, and I apologize for that, but I have very good reason for it. I'll tell you all about it, okay? I'll tell you all about it in a little bit. Out of touch Thursday. I mean, I'll tell you all about it right now, actually. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Wait, what the fuck? Holy shit. I just got an insane text message from my manager related to Obama, actually. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway. Leak the text? No, I'm not leaking shit. Okay, folks. Personal news-wise, mic is still low. I know, dude. I know. It's low forever, okay? I feel like it's getting lower every day. Whenever someone tells me mic is low, I just go lower. When you go high, we go low. Whenever somebody fucking tells me like the mic gain is like not high enough, and it's actually pretty low, I you know what I do? I go, I'm gonna fucking make it lower, dude. Fuck that. I'm gonna make it freaking lower. I love it. I love making my microphone as low as possible, chat. High pass filter 70.6, slope 12 dB. High pass filter 70.6, 12 dB. It's the same. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You hear Kaya? No, you probably heard a little bit of an echo because the second mic was on. I turned it off. So there's no more echo now, but Mike sounds like ass right now. Oh no, he's going to do this live? Yeah, we are. Okay. Probably Twitter compression. Like, I fucking gave permission to my Twitter one time, but my computer, I have literally personally, I have changed. Wait, what does this do? Wait, what the fuck? I deactivated it on accident. I have my computer, I've restarted it and shit. Like, people still just keep saying that it's ass now. And I think it's because, like, people just say it. Maybe I cranked the gain up a little bit. Should I crank 90s on this? Is this gonna be better? La 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 la. Wait, what? What a dumb way to do this. Okay, is that better? Is that better? No, it's worse. No. No, it's worse. Okay. Bring the threshold down. Like that? Or is that better? Or is that worse? Your mic is peaking a lot. This is a great idea. I can ban all the audio files now. Yeah, this was actually a trick. What's good? Oh, okay. Get an Electro Voice RE20. This mic's diaphragm is busted because of all the screaming. Lower gain, raise system volume for mic in settings. I don't know what any of this shit is. Yeah, I think everything is good. It's just that my fucking, like, I think everything is good. It's just that my microphone is like the audio is low. All right, bye guys. Thank you so much for everything. They're leaving. Advanced audio. Maybe I could do it in my OBS or some shit. Like, honestly, let's see. Advanced audio properties. Like, increase the decibel here. So without peaking on the gain front, like, I just end up cranking the audio here a little bit. Is that better? Am I finally doing it? Am I doing the dang thing? I did it. Don't listen to chatters. It literally sounds identical. I don't know what the fuck everyone's about. I mean, dude, Megaphonics is like the #1 audio pervert. Like, he's a literal professional audio pervert, dude. No, it's bad. No, I put the, now go back to lower compression gain to eliminate all distortion. The problem, okay. I mean, I cranked up the volume a little bit, but now you're just like probably hearing me. It's clipping. Okay. I'm going to keep it steady. I'm going to keep it at 130%. That's good. It sounds better when you're not directly talking into the mic. I think that tiny bit muffled sounds better, quieter. Yeah, I lowered it. I cranked it up 2.3 decibels. That's it. You're very grainy. You sound good, look good today, Mr. HasanAbi. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Okay, that's very kind of you to say. There's literally zero difference. Keep going quieter. Okay, shut the fuck up. This is all we're doing. There's no more fixes. There's no more fixes. Okay, no more. This is it. It's hard to please everybody. I know. Any news on OnePiece or Elden Ring Journey? Yeah, I have a fucking piece to say about OnePiece. So last night, all right, let's get back to it. Personal news. So last night, Last night I ended the broadcast. Felix was here. Did another like bit with the like it did a little bit of a piece with the NBC people. And it's funny because like they were here the whole day, right? And they left in between. They actually left in between. Yeah, now you know why Matt Owens rated Wano a C. Yes, bro. Oh my fucking God. Yes. 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 I get it. I get it. Matt, you were right. Okay. But before I get to Wano in a second, I just got to say something. First and foremost. Okay. End of the broadcast. And the NBC journalist was like shocked. Like she literally was like, holy shit. I don't know how the fuck you do it. She literally could not believe it. Cause like, remember, they came on this journey with me for like 48 hours. Okay. They came on this journey with me for 48 hours and they left in between too. Like they left to get dinner. I mean, they left to get lunch, right? They weren't here the whole time. And she was in utter shock. Like she was like, how do you do this? And it's crazy. She literally was like, I don't understand it. Like, she was like, we were tired watching it. But then, yeah, I did the damn thing. Went and watched a little bit of Wano, and I got some thoughts. First of all, holy shit, does it drag on, bro? And now I'm in the late stage, and even now I'm annoyed because it dragged on so goddamn hard that, like, even in the final act, I'm angry now. Like, I'm primed to be angry. Okay, I'm primed to be angry. You want to know why? Because it's too much, bro. Toei, I'm sorry. What the fuck are you guys doing? Okay, Wano, even in the last act, is like, I think 95% people running. Okay, 95% people running. Repeat animations every fucking episode. Queen keeps like poisoning people with the ice cold poison gun over and over again. It's like I feel like I've watched 5 episodes that are exactly the fucking same, and it just pisses me off. It pisses me the fuck off, dude. Get a taste of the hardest job in the world? Yeah, they did get a taste of that. It is so unimaginably long and so much. Like, you don't need a regular filter system. You need like the filtration system that actually cleans like the entirety of the water supply of Los Angeles, California to fix that fucking thing. Like, bro, the entire fucking Wano arc is like, this could have been an email. Why the fuck do you keep repeating the same shit over and over again? The amount of times where they reuse assets, the amount of times where they reuse the same bit over and over again, it made me, like, it's taken me so fucking long to get through this goddamn anime, and it pisses me off. Wano sets up loser with 30 episodes to get obliterated in 2 episodes. Yeah, it's just like, it is legitimately unacceptable, dude. It drags out so much. It drags out so much where you're like, I know this is good. I know this is a fucking fantastic backstory. Okay? I love these characters. I'm loyal to them. I want to know what happens to their lives. But God fucking damn it, dude. Like, it is so, it's so mind-numbing. And I fucking hate, what's the ulti? Oh my God. Like, the repetition ends up really pissing you off, I think. Maybe it's because it's the dub. Maybe it's better in the sub, because I swap in between sub and dub often. And I fucking hate Alti so much. Like, I hate her so much. So goddamn much, dude. It's really, really, really fucking annoying. The ending is worth it, and after that, it's really fast paced after that. Baby, 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 ooh, baby. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the absolute fuck up. I don't ever want to hear you say fucking Pepe one more time. Yamato, smoke. Okay? Great. Don't understand what the whole situation is where he keeps saying he's actually Odin. Okay? Don't get it. I'm not going to disrespect Yamato. I'm not going to misgender Yamato. Okay? He's sexy as fuck. Okay? He is sexy. He's great. Okay? Don't know exactly what's going on. Unique character, cool. That's fine. But overall, okay? Yamato's pronouns are O and Den. Yeah, that's funny. So, like, if you guys think Skypiea drags on or shit, like, pre-time skip Toei, One Piece is like a different universe, okay? Pre-time skip Toei is a different universe, bro. You are not ready for how much shit drags on in this goddamn post-time skip universe. It is fucking annoying, dude. It's so frustrating. Brother, you are nowhere near the end of Wano if Ulti is still around. Brother, I'm at episode 1007. There's like 80 more episodes left. Considering that this fucking entire franchise is literally 250 episodes or whatever, I'm close to the end, okay? Yeah, it's not a joke, chat. It's not a joke. It's the longest anime arc of all time. It's the longest anime arc of all time. It's like finally starting to fucking pick up. It's very frustrating. You know, just read the manga or watch One Piece, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Read the manga or watch One Piece because 10:15 is when the big fight starts. You're almost there. It's the sickest episode too. Bro, I'm at like 1007 or something. And let me tell you, dude, every time I hear that busted ass Toei reused asset for footsteps, it no longer sounds like footsteps to me. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard. Okay? Tuk, 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 tuk. Oh, Pepe! Pepe! Tuk, 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 tuk. Like 10 fucking episodes of this shit, bro. What are we doing? What the fucking fuck are we doing? What is going on, bro? What is going on? If I hear the goddamn reused asset that they've been using since 1967, okay? I swear to God, Toei been using the same fucking footstep asset since 1967, dog. Half of the countries that have been recognized as nation states now did not exist when Toei started using the fucking footstep assets. It's not a joke. It is fucking annoying. Maybe it's like triggering the autism in me or some shit. Okay? Bro, your mic died after trying to join the Twitter space. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. The mic is fine. No, it's not. Your mic sounds different. Wait, really? Just instead of talking shit, just clip it and send it to me and I'll listen to it. In any case, it's very, 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 very frustrating to see that. It just like pisses me the fuck off. I'm not gonna lie. It just is very, very frustrating. This is why I can't wait for the remake to come out. People who aren't in it will actually be able to enjoy the show. Yeah, I think so too. I think people, I'm really excited about the remaster, the remake. Oh my God. And they will cut the filler out too. That shit will be fire. Oh my God. I'll rewatch it. I'll rewatch every damn episode. But I'll be honest with you, like, if you cut the filler, you could probably make One Piece into like 500 eps. Like it's like 1,000 and 100 or whatever. But literally it would be like 500 episodes if you fucking cut the fat. If you trim the fat. Wait for my clip. Okay, what? All right, clip it for me and I'll listen to it. The One Piece remake won't be censored like the original Toei version, allowing Oda's darker vision from the manga to shine through. Yeah, so the original Toei version also, back when it was like peak form, literally wasn't that good, like drawing wise, and they also censored the fuck out of it. And then they stopped the censorship and like 10 fucking episodes of this shit, bro. What are we doing? What the fucking fuck are we doing? What is going on, bro? Oh, it's fine. It just peaks a little bit. That's it. Oh, sucks to suck, dude. Shut up. It's fine. It just peaks. It just peaks. It peaks. That's it. Is the second mic on? No, it's not. It's off. I'm just getting into One Piece, but One Piece runs at the same pacing as the D&D campaign. Yeah. Your sound's been fine the whole time. I'm not getting any of that clip shit. Yeah, it's clipping a little bit at the top if I'm like yelling too much. But it's because Chad asked you to change your mic volume yesterday and you said that we would complain about it peaking. Yeah, and then they did because that's how it is. Anyway, listen. I'm glad that they're actually fucking the animation's gotten like significantly better in One Piece, but those are my thoughts. Anyway, this morning, did you cut your eyebrow? Why are you bleeding, Unc? I picked at it. There was like a little zit, and I picked at it so much that I ended up fucking it up. Anyway, that's my rant on Wano. Holy fucking shit, dude. It's like starting to pick up again, but like, god damn it, it's such a trek sometimes, and it like pisses me off because it's so good otherwise. And then it's like, I just don't want, like, I can't in good conscience like get people to be invested in this fucking thing when it's like a job. You know what I mean? I can't do that. Like, it's a fucking job, bro. It's a goddamn job. It's a goddamn job. Aside from the One Piece drama, woke up this morning and I took Kai to the dog park, went there with the camera crew as well, played a little bit of basketball, and then I did my interview. That's why I'm late. I did the final interview. It's going to be on NBC, and it might get picked up by like other NBC properties as well. We'll see. Themacius, thank you for the playlist. We got Donald Trump's obviously press conference in New Jersey, which I'm very excited about. It's going to be at 1:30 p.m. in a while from now. But imagine us watching Wano as it came up for 4 years. Yeah, that would have fucking killed me. I guess it would make it a little bit more manageable though. They whitewashed the fuck out of Usopp. Did they? What did they whitewash? What do you mean? Oh, because he's pale. Oh. Yeah, they made him extra pale. But that's concept art. They might change that. Who knows? Also, one other thing I gotta say, bro. They better not fucking whitewash all Sunday, okay? We want Guyanese Nico Robin. We want Nico Robin. We want brown girl Nico Robin. With the bangs. I don't want this new shit, man. I don't want it. It's like, that's the one thing that Toei actually did right. That's going to be a Yakubian woman I fear. I don't really like it that much. I don't like that they do that kind of stuff. Okay. People saw Toei make Usopp dark and made that canon in their head. Yes. And we also saw Toei make Nico Robin dark. And that's also canon. Sometimes it's good. That's it. Like, They just keep steadily making the titties larger and the women whiter. They did not need to do that. Dantavia's new Dantavia's vid was made for you. History's goofiest dictators. Oh, I thought you said he made a video of me. You sound like a hog who's angry with a black mermaid. Wait, what? But it's the opposite. I'm mad that like Toei actually made a character resemble his background more than what Oda's vision for it was. Well, not with Nico Robin. But with Usopp, like Usopp is supposed to be black. Well, half black. And also, Nico Robin as a Latina is like, that's my own personal experience. Like, that's my only, like somewhere in the global Latina belt, okay? Nico Robin is supposed to be, in my headcanon, peak Nico Robin, has bangs, and is a part of the global Latina belt, okay? She could be Filipino. She could be Egyptian. She could be from any Latin American country. She could be Guyanese, but like she is a part of the global Latina belt. Okay, that's headcanon shit. But she honestly is like that. That's. Is this what you mean about Robin?
So you're the captain. I've heard so much about you, Monkey D. Luffy. Hey, sexy lady.
That's right. That's it. That's the truth. Egyptians are Latina? Yes, bro. Egypt is a part of the global Latina belt. Okay. I know in the OG art, she is not Latina. Okay, we're done with this argument. I haven't even fucking blasted off yet. And y'all are being annoying. Okay? Let's do it. Selamun aleyküm, gittiler. Saat 2'de çakar mısın tavuğu? Okay, eyvallah. I love the HasanAbi theory of geography. Listen, these are concepts that are well acknowledged. You know what I mean? All right, where was I? Okay, Egyptian here, and we are, but with a little less ass, not gonna lie. Okay, let's blast off. Trump, live from New Jersey. Panic sets in. Kamala comes out with price checks. Okay. Dr. Disrespect returns. Price checks. Communism. World War III watch. Beyblade later, question mark, get in now. Okay. Price caps, not price checks. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Where the fuck are we? Where are we at? World War III starting during Beyblade tourney would be content. Did you tell Cutie about World War III? I did, but I'm a good friend. I'm a loyal soldier. I'm gonna fucking do the Beyblade thing. I'm gonna fucking Beyblade. I've never Beybladed before, but I'm gonna do it because I want to show up. I want to show up for Cutie. She tagged you twice in her post. You gotta go. That's the other reason she tagged me in her post. I'm gonna let her rip. Y'all using classic old babes or the newest type? Dude, I have no idea how to fucking Beyblade, dude. I've never watched Beyblade. I don't know what the fuck Beyblade is. I'm just doing it. I'm doing the damn thing. Beyblade are actually so much fun. I've never understood why you think a war with Iran would spark a world war. To me, Ukraine versus Russia has better chances. I mean, that too. Yo, shit's moving, dude. Shit's popping. Okay, what is this?
Mom, of course I let my kids watch Trump on replay all day long. I'm a conservative mom. Of course Alexa knows who my daddy is. Alexa, who's my daddy?
Your daddy is Donald J. Trump.
I'm a conservative mom. Of course we have a commissioned art piece of Trump hanging in our house. I'm a conservative mom. Of course my kids refer to Trump as daddy.
Bro, those kids fucking hate her and Trump. There ain't no way. That's like, this is how you breed HasanAbi heads, okay? Let me tell you something. This is how you breed an entire house of HasanAbi heads. Like you have literally brought forward. You have brought forward to the world multiple HasanAbi heads. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you for being fucking weird and annoying. You are going to have a lifetime of resentment from your children, and also, you know, they are probably loyal advocates for the Maoist revolution now, due to your fucking silly little actions. It's so weird, bro. She makes the children refer to Donald Trump as daddy. Like, the fuck? Yo, conservatives are not all right, man.
Hey, Mom, when is Daddy Trump's next rally?
I'm a conservative mom. Of course my kids sit around talking about Trump all day.
Did y'all hear where Kamala Harris was trying to sell Daddy Trump's policies? Kamala Harris!
Nah, those kids are gonna be HasanAbi heads in like a year, bro. Watch. Nah. By the time they're like halfway through high school, dude, they're gonna come to very different conclusions, unless they get homeschooled, in which case, you know, still at least one of them. Have you asked Cutie about her stance on the succession of the 12 imams? No, because she gets real controversial with it, bro. It's like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, as you guys know, Mormons are technically the Salafist form of Christianity. So Cutie has that. Cutie has a very strict like anti-Shia policy. Honestly, it's like really odd the way she gets like anti-Shia resembles like, you know, House of Saud style attitudes and resentment. Like, it's just, I don't know why it carries over like that, but it is just what it is, you know. Can't even have a convo with her about the 12 imams, you know what I mean? It's just, it's crazy. Like, her geopolitical considerations of the region are completely out of whack. Yeah, Shia are basically the Catholics, Sunnis are the Protestants. Yeah, but the Salafists are the Mormons, you know what I mean? You are a simp because how you know about Cutie's Sunni policies? What do you mean? This is my podcast co-host. We've had these conversations behind closed doors, you know what I mean? It's just that like she personally thinks that the line of succession should not be beholden to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his cousins or whatever. She's always talking about how like we cannot have clerics rule the country. That rulership, that ownership of the nation state should be left to the fucking kingdom of Saud, the House of Saud. You know, and I'm just like, cutie, why are you so invested in this? And that's just how she operates. She says all of that, chat, behind closed doors, all of that. I saw this. I saw her say this in a YouTube vid with Ludwig. Yeah. Which is really weird because, like, as you guys know, Ludwig is Hamas. So they are at odds with one another. Like Ludwig constantly is talking about, like, remember the good old days when, like, remember the good old days, like there was an alignment with like the Saudis as well. You know what I mean? Like he's always trying to push cutie. He's always trying to push cutie on he's trying to get cutie Hezbollah pilled, but it's not working. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah. MAGA male and Hamas? Yeah, he's a MAGA communist. All right. Bro, my girlfriend is Egyptian. Is she actually Latinba? Yes. Did I blast off? I forgot. Oh, I did. Chatter said Houthi Cinderella. No, never, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, Lud is always trying to Houthi pill her. He's like, look at the arm of resistance against Western imperialism in the region. Like, I get it. Like, you're a Salafist. But, like, honestly, there was a point in time when, like, the House of Saud was also very much against, like, American incursion in the region. Like, why won't you return to, like, why won't you return to that? And she's like, no. America has made wise investments. She won't be Houthi Cinderella. What happened to your right eyebrow? Are you good? Yeah, I picked at it. And I just picked at it like crazy. Have you addressed this? Wait, what? Handshake chain. Hasan and Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk and Trump. Wait, I wasn't even shaking his hand here, by the way. I'm pretty sure I'm like, look at the grip I got on this, bro. What the fuck? Hasan and Charlie Kirk and Trump and Queen Elizabeth and Wallace Simpson and Hitler. Why does this look like I'm about to kill him? Do you see the reporting that indicates that the CIA and Ukraine are responsible for Nord Stream? Oh my God. I am so shocked. What do you mean? I thought it was Russia that blew up its own pipeline that was delivering resources to Europe. I don't understand. I was convinced that it was Russia that blew up its own pipeline. That is shocking to me. This is news to me. Yeah, dude, of course it was fucking, like, what do you mean? Of course, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? Duh. No shit. One of the biggest, like, what the fuck were you thinking moments if you actually, even for a brief moment, gave credence to that absolutely idiotic sentiment, okay? Oh shit, that's me. From Hasan Piker to Logan Paul, this interactive display maps out online personalities on the right and left are using their massive followings to influence the election. Wait, what the fuck? How do I get access to this? How do I skip this paywall? Oh, I did it. But I guess it's like maybe an interactive one. Intelligent. So who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline? Yeah, let's look at the comments. I always thought the idea of a non-governmental organization was dismissed. We're all trying to find out the guy who did this. Okay, people are actually saying People are actually in agreement with me here. I don't get Hasan's reaction to the German investigation. We've been blaming random sloths for hundreds of years now. Funnily enough, this was even our official foreign policy at one point. Old habits die hard. It was Norway. Yeah, it was nah, man, it was Russia. It wasn't Norway, it was Russia. Chat, okay. All right. Let's get into it. Let's do Trump speaking on Trump's going to speak on fighting anti-Semitism at 3 p.m. He's also doing a press conference in fucking New Jersey at his golf course at 1:30 p.m. Trump's giving us a lot of content. I'm very excited about it. But Kamala Harris has brought forward some key policies, okay? Some key pivotal policies. And I like it. I like it a lot. I said that it was very good last night when I first saw it. She's been drip feeding. She's been feeding all the policy heads. She's been feeding all the white paper watchers, okay? I basically just said this. I said, it's good. Kamala Harris will, on Friday, propose the first ever federal ban on corporate price gouging in the food and grocery industries on Friday. The campaign says in a statement, we'll also announce measures on housing and prescription drugs. Harris vows in the first 100 days to ban price gouging on big corporations, running up excessive corporate profits on food, groceries. Give the FTC authority to punish rule breakers. When I tell you how hard I get thinking about that, I could cut through a fucking diamond right now, okay? I could cut through a goddamn diamond. Do you understand me? Maybe Lena Khan isn't going anywhere, because why the fuck would she do that and simultaneously lean in on the corporate investors that have been begging her to fire Lena Khan? Seems to me like maybe Lena Khan is here to stay. That's what it seems to me like. I like it. Dollar for small firms to compete. Challenge mergers. Ban price gouging and excessive, all undefined. Okay? My non-comprehensive understanding is the plan will also likely include revival of the child tax credit, policies to expand housing supply, and limits on prescription drug pricing. Now, this is amazing, okay? This is actually amazing. This is really fucking solid policy. Like, trust me on this, okay? This is very good. It directly addresses the problems that people are experiencing in terms of inflation for consumer goods, for shit that you buy at the grocery store. It will make people so upset. It is going to make business owners try to do a fucking Venezuelan style coup. Do you understand me? The Chamber of Commerce is going to try to fucking drone strike Kamala Harris. Okay? Now, understand something. Kamala Harris is a blank sheet of paper that you upload policies to, okay? That's just the way I treat it. So far, so good. Will she actually push through on this? I don't know, okay? But the fact that she's running on this is really, really, really solid. Okay, is this possible with the Republican majority in the Senate? Looks like Dems will lose a seat in Montana. We shall see. But no, of course not. I hope that is not the cynical approach that they have to this. I hope that is not the cynical approach that they have to this, where they're like, we're going to lose the fucking Senate, so we might as well just go balls to the wall with our campaigning. Does anyone believe any president alone has the power to do it? In terms of giving FTC more power, yes. So the thing is, like, this part of the process, if you angle it through the federal regulatory bodies, there will be a lot of court cases, obviously, in contest to this kind of thing. But ultimately, you could technically do whatever the fuck you want, okay? It's just the secret to the recipe here. Okay? Yeah, Nixon did it before. We won't Nixon did it before. This policy that presidents in both parties have done before. This is true. This is a Nixon policy. Nixon heads rise up. Misunderstood Maoist legend, okay? Normalize relations with China, the real China, price checks, instituted price controls. I'm just saying the real Nixonian uprising is happening in the Democratic Party, you know? That's just the reality of the matter. Anyway, so what's the generally palatable counterargument? Keep price gouging legal. The generally palatable counterargument is this: it's communism, like literally government price controls on consumer goods. This is where a lot of Republicans will actually show their asses, because Donald Trump is also saying that without actually saying what he will do. But this, after Donald Trump for the past 8 years have primed Republicans with like populist messaging, for them to like very openly swing in the direction of like a fucking Karl Rovian style of politics will actually cause the Republicans to have whiplash. Okay? Because Donald Trump literally promises this shit too. Donald Trump yesterday promised this shit. He just didn't say price controls. He didn't say price caps. Right? But he said we're going to slash prices. How the fuck are you going to do that? Now, I'll just say it like this. There's a little bit of a whiplash in the Chamber of Commerce. Okay? Let me tell you something. On the one hand, you got this fucking dude who spells trouble and volatility, which can actually end up harming some sectors in the long run. They recognize that. That's Trump. So they're like, come on, Kamala, if you listen to our demands, like, we'd love to pump money into your campaign. Okay? Now, here's the thing. On the one hand, Kamala Harris is like, we are doing a proletarian revolution. Price controls are coming. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to give Lena Khan the authority to execute you. Okay? And then on the other hand, you got Donald Trump, who's like, oh, we're going to do 10% tariffs on everything. And then obviously people are like, wait, what? 10% tariffs on everything? That will skyrocket the cost of goods. Like, what the fuck are you saying? And then he turns around and he goes, actually, it's 20% now. Like, he literally went from 10% tariffs on all goods to 20% tariffs. Literally, they have no one to go to. Who are they going to vote for? RFK Jr.? Are they going to pump RFK Jr. now? On the one hand, you got Kamala Harris being like, we're doing price controls. We're beefing up the FTC to actually go after price gougers. Great policy. Gets my shit hard. Rock hard, okay? My titties are fucking hard. On the other hand, they can't go to Trump either because, one, they have a lot of instability, a lot of volatility at play, which might harm them. And also on top of that, he's doing 20% tariffs. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's fucking hilarious. They're just kind of stuck. Look how fucking bullshit businesses are bribing already. Kamala the cop getting results. Kroger plans to cut grocery prices by $1 billion if his nearly $25 billion merger with Albertsons comes to fruition. Yeah, fuck these guys, okay? No, they should not be allowed to merge. They can suck me, okay? If they do, you know what my attitude is. You know what my attitude is, okay? My attitude is this. Let the businesses merge. Let Amazon take over and then nationalize Amazon, okay? Institute communism. I have joked about this so many times over the course of the last decade. And honestly, at this point, that is the only way out of this situation, okay? Yeah, Walmart, Amazon merge together. You make it fucking a national product. There you go. You now have national communism. You have a command economy. So here's the situation on the drug prices, by the way. Right now, Americans pay 2 to 3 times more for prescription drugs than they would anywhere else, but the Biden-Harris administration beat Big Pharma. Obviously, the shittiest part about this is that, like, it's not being instituted yet. A Democratic Senate and House could move the timeline to ahead to enact this, correct? The point is that it's not happening before the 2024 elections. Yeah, they're going to be happening in 2026, which is crazy. Can you imagine the drug prices going down under a Trump administration? How much he will flex about how he did that shit? It's just, oh my God. I don't even want to think about that. That's annoying as hell. People will be so fucking unimaginably annoying under the second Trump regime, where they're like, see, all the drug prices went down. Trump did that. Anyway. More perks for me. Perk 30. Thoughts on the Black Americans versus Palestinians on TikTok? I feel like people are losing the plot. They are. They're being silly. Don't care. Don't care. Don't want to discuss it. Everyone can suck my dick. Okay. I reposted a black content creator yesterday on my TikTok where he was like, I heard like some black content creators on this app saying like, we're the Arabs during the Black Lives Matter protests and shit. And it's like, have you not been to a Black Lives Matter protest? Like, Palestinian flags were all up in that shit from the start. People were wearing keffiyehs of the Black Lives Matter protest from the start. It's fucking ridiculous. There's always been that level of solidarity within any matter of like radical black movements. Directly fucking going to Palestine to train. Like, what are we talking about? The IDF trains the American police departments, bro. Please wake the fuck up. So dumb. America institutes like domestic colonization, okay? Domestic colonialism in black neighborhoods. And they literally get the tools or the techniques from the dudes who are doing it to the Palestinians in Israel. It's so stupid. Fuck this wrecker shit. I hate having conversations like this with people who are like very emotional, very passionate, but like utterly delusional. You know what I mean? You just don't know anything. You don't know anything. This is a dual struggle. It's literally the same struggle. Sometimes the same people. Okay? It's so dumb. It's all bullshit. Let's get back to consumer prices, though. This is why I love when Democrats actually do shit. Okay? Like, even if it's marginal, actually putting forward sound policy, because it causes Republicans to openly demonstrate their contempt for the working class. The only people who hate this are the only people who hate this policy massive corporations. Anyway, These are just your standard extremist centrists and Zionists, including old hate K-hivers who are just attacking anyone on their left. Now that Harris is coming from a position of strength. It's an effort to ignore the left and pro-Palestine protesters. Thankfully, I think Harris is smarter than our bigger supporters. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I look, I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to wait and see. Okay. That's all I've been saying. And I will continue saying that. Hopefully that's not just hopium. Things that she's done thus far show that it's not hopium. But remember, when Democrats fight, it causes Republicans to respond. It causes Republicans to present a reactionary counter to the actual good policies. That is a good thing, okay? Because these guys get to make themselves look like the populist defenders of the working class, right? They get to make themselves, they get to present themselves the populist defenders of the working class when the Democrats are not doing shit. But once they actually do shit, all of a sudden you will know how they really think. Like back in the day, Steven Crowder used to go and try to fucking yell at union organizers. We now live in a country where obviously the unionization rate is like super low, but the attitude that people have overwhelmingly favor unionization and labor unions in general. Even the Republicans have to like abide by that standard. Okay? You have to remember, like the more that the Democratic Party actually move in this direction, the more the Democratic Party moves in this direction, the more Republicans have to show their asses, show who their real masters are, okay? Show who's really funding their shit. Show whose interest that they actually care about. That's it. And it's not the working class. It's never been the working class. MAGA communists can suck my dick. That's why I fucking hate that shit. When people act like the Democratic Party has the best interest of the working class in mind. It's so fucking stupid. It's never been the case. I'm lowering my fucking mic decibel so it doesn't peak anymore. Hopefully it's not going to peak anymore when I yell. Okay? I'm lowering the fucking I'm lowering my mic's gain levels, okay? While also increasing it on the OBS side. It's not too quiet. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fix it, okay? Calm down. I think you meant Republican. No, I meant like MAGA communists too. MAGA communists are so stupid where they act like there is like a real avenue to be a Republican, but is like pro-labor Republicans, not realizing that the Republican Party is quite literally built around melting the working class. Nah, you said they were trying to be Democrats? Wait, what? What did I say? Oh, I did mean the MAGA communists trying to be Republicans. You actually misspoke. You said Dems and MAGA communists? Yeah. Republicans and MAGA communists in general. Anyway. Bro, have you even launched off? I have. The Clippers are going to love this. I mean, yeah, whatever. I misspoke. Who gives a shit? What? Steven had great working conditions too. Steven was a great boss to his employees. He was a champion of his own workers. He was the most moral boss, just like Israel. What are you doing? Are you okay? Steven Crowder? Top of hour? Bro, you didn't even try. What? Bro, that was like a fucking 4-parter. What is going on, my man? That's crazy. We already clapped the 2-parters. Okay? We already clapped the 2-parters of the broadcast. No, you're getting a 1 day. You're getting a 1 day. You did a 10-parter. Okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Technically not a 2-parter. Yeah, it's an 8-parter. It's worse than a 2-parter. There ain't no rule in the rule book that says you can't do a 10-parter. Yes, there is. Should I say 2+ parters are not allowed? Anyway, 3-minute ad break is upon you. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite podcaster. Hopefully that's me. Okay. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. One day off, chatter. I'm sorry. I hate to do that to you, but we can't be doing that. Can you explain what to me unions do? In my country, there's a collective contract for everyone, paid leave, maternity leave, sick days, etc. We all start with those benefits and move on up from there. For example, we all start with 24-day of holiday time. Well, it seems like you already know what fucking unions have done for you, dude. You're describing sectoral bargaining, which is literally what unions have fought and successfully won. Like every single thing that you just brought up is due to labor unions. That's so funny because it's like, it's basically like unions being so effective that they don't even think about what unions have done. That's what they're here for. You know? Hamas on BLM.
الفرصة واحنا بنعيش ذكرى القتل المجرم العنصري لجورج فلويد. جورج فلويد قتل في مثل هذه الأيام.
Bro, Turks are like this too, though. Let me tell you something, okay? Erdogan has said some similar shit too. Like, a lot of people don't understand that on that side of the world, okay? On that side of the world, everybody knows what America does to black people, okay? Everybody. Sometimes they'll even cynically talk about it in an effort to, like, you know, talk about their own crimes or not talk about their own crimes. I'm not talking about him specifically, but I'm talking about Erdogan, okay? Like one of the most common counters to the Armenian genocide thing is like Erdogan being like, okay, what about the indigenous genocide? Like what the fuck? You know what I mean? Putin will do that shit too. But yeah, it is genuine. It is also genuine. Like people know, people on that side of the world absolutely fucking understand what Black Lives Matter is significantly better than your average suburban white accountant, okay? Who's primed into being reactionary towards that sort of thing.
أيام نتيجة منهجية عنصرية موجودة لدى أشخاص. اليوم هذه العنصرية التي قتل بها جورج فلويد يمارسها الاحتلال ضدنا وضد أهلنا، ضد أهلنا في القدس، ضد أهلنا في الشيخ جراح، ضد أهلنا في الضفة الغربية بحرق أطفالنا، وضد أهل قطاع غزة من خلال الحصار والقتل والتجويع. إحنا يجب أن يضع العالم الحر وشباب العالم الحر كله حداً لهذه الجرائم. أنا أغتنم هذه الفرصة وإحنا بنعيش ذكرى القتل المجرم.
Yep. Hamas doesn't care about black people is so funny.
Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man.
In 1977, reggae legend Peter Tosh released the song Equal Rights, demanding freedom for a number of African nations, but he also mentioned another country.
Equal rights and justice, Palestinians fighting for equal rights and justice.
When George Jackson, a Black Panther, writer, and revolutionary, was killed by prison guards in 1971, two poems were found in his cell. They were translations of resistance poetry by the Palestinian poet Sami al-Kazem. Peter Tosh and George Jackson's connection to Palestine are just two examples of a long history of solidarity between Black liberation and Palestinian self-determination, two struggles that have been in dialogue for decades.
Yeah, it's so odd that like literally every revolutionary black figure has a direct connection with Palestine. So strange. Every fucking revolutionary black figure, both successful and unsuccessful because they were assassinated, or successful and has actually like ended the apartheid in South Africa, for example, like every single one has always recognized the situation in Palestine. Always. so strange that these like new Zoomers on TikTok are just having like a brief moment of wrecker behavior that they're demonstrating. It's fucking stupid, okay? It has no historic basis. It's new. It's cynical. I don't give a fuck about it. I don't talk about that shit usually. So that's it.
In 1964, Malcolm X published an article in the Egyptian Gazette called Zionist Logic, in which he drew parallels between the oppression of Palestinians and Africans. Instead of seeing it as a religious conflict, Malcolm saw Israel as a colonial project serving a wider imperialist agenda, saying European imperialists wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world. In the same year, Malcolm was one of the first African leaders to publicly meet with the Palestine Liberation Organization as anti-colonial struggles gained traction through the world. Freedom for Palestinians became a touchstone for the international fight against imperialism. As black freedom movements expanded their worldview to situate their struggle as part of a global anti-colonial movement, Palestine also became an important focal point of their solidarity. On August 15, 1967, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee released a position paper entitled The Middle East Crisis, expressing support for Palestine and criticizing US support for Israel. Organizations such as the Black Panthers argued that freedom would never come for black people in America unless all oppressed people were free. The Panthers frequently spoke of black communities and their relationship with police as living under occupation as internally colonized people. They were vocal in their support for Palestine and met with the PLO in Algiers in 1969.
Yep. That's why I said like black liberation groups in the United States of America historically have also directly collaborated with the PLO. They have they have shared techniques, tactics, like best practices. They've trained as brothers in arms. So like the actual collaborative nature of these movements is so significant. So whenever young like rad libs, black, white, Kamala Harris supporter, doesn't matter, like whenever they're popping off on TikTok talking against this sort of thing, just remember that there is no historic basis. You're basically undermining black history in the United States of America when you say some shit like that. Okay?
In his 1972 essay, Take Me to the Water, James Baldwin wrote about leaving the US but refusing to go live in Israel, saying, "And if I had fled to Israel, a state created for the purpose of protecting Western interests, I would have been in a yet tighter bind. On which side of Jerusalem would I have decided to live?" Muhammad Ali also declared his support for the Palestinian struggle, marching for Palestinian rights and visiting a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon. In 1979, Reverend Jesse Jackson met with the PLO and pushed for the US to deal directly with the organization in pursuit of a peace deal.
Just and lasting peace.
Even though it's been so much of what I've been seeing in the last couple of days.
What the fuck is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Twitter is so fucking annoying. Reverend Jesse Jackson, the OG Bernard Sanders. You have a lot of goats. Are you a farmer? I mean, he's incredible.
Inextricably
was incredible
for a state, for Palestinian people, and the recognition of the PLO as the government in exile with which our nation must negotiate.
This was a significant shift in support for Palestine, moving from radical groups to more mainstream figures who were able to lobby for shifts in US policy. 10 years later, Jackson would find himself in an audience in Harlem as Nelson Mandela addressed a packed town hall.
As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sidney that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination.
Like Mandela, Archbishop Desmond Tutu drew global attention to the plight of Palestinians as being parallel to that of black South Africans under apartheid.
The inhumanity that won't let ambulances reach the injured, farmers tend their land, or children attend school. This treatment is familiar to me and the many black South Africans who were corralled and harassed.
When did Al Sharpton turn into an asshole? Bro, Al Sharpton has always been a grifter. Like, what do you mean? He went from like being an over-the-top black nationalist to like a spokesperson for the Democratic Party. Like, he's always been that way. He's not like you're talking about a fucking MSNBC contributor, bro. Come on. I think the chatter meant Reverend Jesse Jackson. Oh no, Jesse Jackson is great. I mean, he's I forget. I mean, he's had some like liberal moments overall, but Jesse Jackson's been like a committed figurehead to like worker solidarity. I mean, he's had some issues throughout time, but who doesn't, you know? It is what it is. But like, very different than Al Sharpton. Yeah, 1988 Rainbow Coalition. Yeah, he's been with it for a very long time. Black people have always supported any liberation movement, but anytime there's a movement, libs on TikTok act as if we're specifically aren't doing enough compared to any other race in America. It's just weaponizing black struggle. I don't even think, I mean, that definitely does happen. I always say this, like, any kind of consideration that puts black people under a microscope that like the broader community of Americans is engaging in is always like a little weird, you know? It's just like what the fuck do you mean? Like you're just like hyper focusing on black people when it's like an American problem. You know what I mean? Liberals love doing that shit. And it's lame as fuck. But in terms of like rad libs, whether they're black or white, doesn't matter, on TikTok, just being like sweetie, like, where were the Palestinians during BLM or whatever? Like, first of all, this kind of solidarity is not transactional. The fuck is wrong with you? Okay. And secondly, like, this is why I always say I don't advocate for the causes I advocate for, because chill out, lady, calm down. You are not a guard dog. Good girl. I don't advocate for the things I advocate for so that like black people think I'm cool, okay? I advocate for the things I advocate for because it's the right thing to advocate for. You have to remember that, okay? You have to remember that. And you have to carry that with you, okay? Like, it's just, you cannot have a moral compass that swings wildly when like the in-group that you are the in-group that you're like, what's a better example of this? Okay. A better example of this is when like the Barbs were yelling at me, okay? When the Barbs were fucking yelling at me saying I'm a white supremacist, did I change my attitude? Did I become a white supremacist? Did I become racist? No. Did I change my political messaging even a little bit? No. Okay? Because it bears no basis in my actual analysis of white supremacy and my opinion on police brutality. Okay? People chirping at me on Black Twitter will not change my attitude on it. Okay? Because I'm not doing it to get like love and admiration from Black Twitter or Barbs. Okay? Your morals should not be swayed by what people in the in-group that you are advocating for think about you. Same goes for trans issues. Of course you didn't. That would be fucking stupid. What the fuck are we talking about? There are so many people who do that, though. Are you kidding me? People get like negatively polarized against trans people on Twitter because, you know, trans people will be like, oh, you're transphobic because you did this, or you're transphobic because you did that. And then people that are already like on shaky grounds in terms of their commitment to a marginalized group will then immediately write them off and be like, oh, they're insane. Okay? It literally happened. It happened with Hogwarts Legacy. People yelled at me about that too, but did I change my attitude about trans people? No, of course not. Because real allegiance and a real commitment to justice, to social justice, does not come from like expecting people to return the favor for you or some shit. It actually comes from understanding why people are angry, okay? Why people are reacting the way that they are. Black Chatter here, one of the things I think you might be missing in this discussion is that black liberation movements don't hold the sway they used to in our community, especially for teaching the youth. I have way too many friends who have gone to Dr. Umar for their opinion on Palestine, and a lot of their talking points come from figures like that. No, I know. I understand that. But that's why I'm talking about black liberation movements specifically, so that, I mean, just like I talk about the Tulsa massacre before like Watchmen talked about it and shit, many black chatters themselves were completely oblivious to this part of American black history, including the move bombing, for example. Many black chatters right now probably don't know that in 1985, the Philadelphia Police Department dropped literal fucking live bombs, explosive ordnance on the Africa family on U.S. soil. You know what I mean? People just don't know that. People don't know their own history because it's not fucking, because this is still ultimately a white supremacist society that teaches, like in public schools, reflects those values in public schools, in the school system. A lot of this shit is not taught to people, so I don't, I understand where people are coming from. Even black people still are going to school and getting educated by teachers that have that same curriculum. You know what I mean? It's going to churn out those same results. So my job here is to actually show you what it was like, regardless of my Yakubian Caucasian background. Anyway.
By the security forces of the apartheid government.
Mandela made a historic trip to Palestine in 1999.
Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot proceed, where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
A statue of Mandela stands in the occupied West Bank city of Ramallah, a gift from South Africa to the people of Palestine. His grandson, Mandla Mandela, continues to be an outspoken critic of Israel.
Release all political prisoners. We want to say to the Israeli government today that give the 6 million Palestinians living in exile their right of return.
It's not possible to talk about global black solidarity for Palestine without discussing black Palestinians or Afro-Palestinians themselves. Some Afro-Palestinians trace their roots to the land as far back as the 12th.
Hasan, my mom lost her sister to the apartheid government and my dad's family's land was taken away, driving them into poverty. When we talk about Palestine, they always say that they had it so much better comparatively because at least the government wasn't bombing them every day. Yeah. South Africans that experienced the apartheid always knew that, like, as Nelson Mandela also was reiterating in many different talks that he had, that like it was a similar struggle for the Palestinians, if not worse.
12th century, and are descendants of Muslim pilgrims who went to Mecca for Hajj and then settled in Jerusalem. Others are the descendants of those who migrated from places such as Nigeria, Sudan, Senegal, and Chad. Some of them came to Palestine specifically to fight against British colonialism and Zionism.
The second, third, fourth generation, if you ask us to identify ourselves, we say we are Afro-Palestinians. We were born here, we grew up here.
The community is deeply rooted in Jerusalem, with a long history of involvement in the Palestinian liberation movement. Ali Jidda is a leader of Jerusalem's Afro-Palestinian community who served 17 years in Israeli prisons as a member of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
The African community used to be always among the avant-garde. For example, the first Palestinian female to be put in Israeli jails came from the African Quarter.
This was Fatima Bernawi, a Palestinian of Nigerian descent who served 10 years in Israeli prisons. Released in a 1977 prisoner exchange, she was the highest-ranking female member of Fatah. The first Palestinian killed during the Second Intifada in 2000 was Osama Jidda, an Afro-Palestinian shot on his way to donate blood.
Journal with the hard times, tales from the dark side, evidence of the settlements on my hard drive. Man, I swear my heart died at the end of that car ride when I saw that checkpoint. Welcome to apartheid.
Hip-hop artists have also referenced and stood in solidarity with the Palestinian struggle, including Lauryn Hill, who famously cancelled a Tel Aviv concert in 2015.
And Martin Luther King had a dream of the checkpoint. He waited with loud screams from the scenes at the checkpoint. Is Malcolm X by any means at the checkpoint? Imagine if your daily routine was the checkpoint.
Meanwhile, that's M1 in Arabic. I'm pro-Palestinian, does that make me a terrorist? You can catch me in Gaza, in Haifa or Ramallah, but I'm still just Mutulu Olubala. So when I rep with Sharjah, we rhyme with our middle fingers up to the Zionists, cause we don't give a fuck. It's justice.
You can't trust the big grip and the smile, and I slay rhymes for Palestinian style.
It's mathematics when they take a black man, put him inside a prison and make provisions for the life he living. It's mathematics when they tell the Mexican he can't come into their own shit that these people f***ing built. It's mathematics when they go to Palestine and build a wall around the people and call it Israel. Now what's real?
Speaking of America, state and the president, with all due respect, I've got something to say to them. I just find it funny you can't give a hand to Palestine, but you can trade whole arms with Saudi Arabia.
Should I'm way past the minimum. Interim millennium, perhaps the whole gap to your back like Palestinian. And this is struggle worldwide, I'm positive. Shit, the ghetto minds will be the Gaza Strip.
Same from my father, born in Ghana, down on that dirt road floor. Far as he came, I can't complain, but pain is so subjective. Spend so much time counting.
These brothers walk so Macklemore could run. Oh my God, bro. Why would you bring that up? Bro. Bro, why would you? You can't. Come on now, bro.
Issues I forget to count my blessings.
This video for Vic Mensa's single "We Could Be Free" illustrates.
By the way, this also literally doesn't even fucking scratch the surface. You got PLO style from the Wu-Tang Clan. You have, you know, there's so much more on top of this.
It's the clear parallels between life under Israeli occupation and life in over-policed black communities in the US. Following the death of Freddie Gray at the hands of police in Baltimore in 2014, uprisings began around the US.
Immortal
and
Technique,
as police
Lupe
reprisals
Fiasco,
escalated in Ferguson, Palestinians took to social media to show solidarity with black communities as well as sharing protest tactics.
And we started getting tweets from Ramallah, and they were like, run toward the wind. You know, stand closer to the soldiers, because if you stand close to the soldiers, they won't tear gas you, because then they get tear gassed. Yeah. You know, wrap this shirt around your eyes as a kind of makeshift gas mask. And they had been protesting in the West Bank against what was happening in Gaza.
Many have also drawn attention to the cooperation and joint programs run between the Israeli military.
That's why it's so fun. Like, dude, this shit is like, I mean, it's kind of funny. It's also very, it makes me very angry. But like this is a united struggle against white supremacy and different forms of it globally, okay? It's just police behavior. It's police activity, especially because the oppression that black people face in black communities, systematic underfunding, okay? And ways in which the American government has historically undermined the black community, even after the abolition of slavery and what happened in the Reconstruction era, all the way to the civil rights movement and beyond, is literally is damn near identical, if not worse, in Gaza and the West Bank. And not only that, but also it's the same fucking actors. Like, they're collaborating. It's the same struggle on the one side, and it's the same fucking actors on the other side.
military and US police forces.
I remember learning that the same equipment that they use to brutalize us is the same equipment that we send to the Israeli military to police and brutalize Palestinians.
Like the Black Panthers, groups like the Dream Defenders and Black Lives Matter continue to push for solidarity with Palestine within an internationalist framework.
I'm black, you met me at DreamCon. Legitimately, the Palestinian with respect to blacks is bullshit. White supremacy are afraid of black people because we're too powerful, so they like to divide. Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. It is just a way to try to undermine and like cut divisions in a united front against all forms of oppression that are damn near identical. But especially with the case of Israel, considering that the IDF trains the American police departments, it blows my fucking mind that like there are literal rad libs on Twitter and TikTok just being like, like I don't think they give a shit about BLM either if they're having this kind of attitude. Like, let's be real. I think they would have the Obama line on Black Lives Matter. Something that many people forget because they were probably too young back then was that Obama wasn't exactly fucking fond of Black Lives Matter either, okay? He said the Ferguson protesters were like thugs. Like, what are we talking about? A lot of liberals at the time also did not appreciate Black Lives Matter either. They considered it to be spoilers. Oh, why are you guys protesting? We have a black president. Why are you guys protesting against the Democratic Party? I'm not, like, this isn't new to me. This is something that I saw. This is something that I experienced. This is something that I was very much against at the time. Now, obviously, liberals love doing revisionist history and acting like they were always on board with BLM, always against police brutality. But yeah, it was even back then, it was something that people analyzed very differently. Yeah. BLM was not popular before the George Floyd execution. BLM, no, it's before that, actually. I'll be honest. It's before that. As someone who tracked this very closely, if you recall, if you were around back then, Black Lives Matter's popularity actually skyrocketed after liberals adopted it before the George Floyd murder, when Colin Kaepernick kneeled. Colin Kaepernick kneeled, and the entire American right went insane on that shit. It was all people were talking about. Donald Trump is perhaps the most responsible figurehead for liberals adopting Black Lives Matter as a popular struggle. Before that, before Donald Trump came out and started lasering Colin Kaepernick and making him like a figurehead, before he actually did that, liberals were also anti-BLM. I still remember the Podjons apologizing for their prior statements on Black Lives Matter, openly on the timeline, saying like, yeah, we were wrong, that this is actually a good and sound and moral cause. Yeah. Liberals started changing their attitude towards Black Lives Matter and police brutality after that. And then, of course, it reached like peak. It reached its peak popularity as a movement in the aftermath of George Floyd's execution. But it started building up before then. And it was because liberals started getting negatively polarized into defending BLM when Donald Trump took a stance against it. And then, of course, it was quickly commodified, co-opted, and neutered effectively. Yeah, I mean, here, what is this? 2017. If you think protesting racism is unpatriotic but disrespecting military widows isn't, you're probably not a patriot. Hey, I was doing that fucking hypocrisy baiting shit back then. I mean, even way before then, though. I feel like now a lot of them think back on BLM poorly. They learn nothing. Yeah. I remember growing up in STL when Mike Brown was murdered and BLM protests were going on. Liberal media was acting like they are now against Palestinian protesters. Exactly. Exactly. I agree with the overall points, but you aren't addressing a major point in that discussion, which is black people feeling attacked for voting for Kamala. Man, I don't give a fuck what people think about feeling attacked or whatever. I don't give a shit about people's feelings, okay? Like, what do you mean? What is this, like, cynical weaponization of identity in this circumstance? Like, look, there's an appropriate way to discuss these matters. Obviously, like, what Machino Dorito did, for example, was, like, silly as fuck, okay? It was silly as fuck to be like, to bring up the gruesome execution of Sonia Massey without even bringing up her name and just, like, immediately using that in like a TikTok to talk about Kamala Harris like that. That is obviously, that, like, the way he talked about it is completely understandable that it drew a lot of resentment, okay? It perfectly showcased that, like, people were, like, even if his attitude overall, not his attitude, even if his, like, ideology overall is on the right side, okay? The way he talked about it made it seem like he just didn't care about the black body there, okay? The person, the victim. It was used as a talking point, okay? But beyond that, when you turn around and you're like, oh, well, black people it feels like black people feel bad because they want to vote for Kamala Harris, like, and people are yelling at them for wanting to vote for Kamala Harris. Is like, I don't care. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? What your feelings do not have any basis when we're talking about what is going on, okay? If you want to talk about the historic black liberation movements and their allegiance with Palestinians, with seeing this as a joint struggle, then that's one thing. If you're going to talk about, like, Kamala Harris's policies, that's one thing. If you're going to talk about Obama's policies, that's one thing. But if we're going to talk about, like, people's feelings, like, what the fuck are we talking about? I don't give a shit about your fucking feelings. What the hell? Like I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not going to be disrespectful because in terms of my own opinions on the matter, I'm not going to fucking cynically use, like, Sonia Massey's execution like that, because that ultimately also ends up being disrespectful to the victims of white supremacy, a victim of police brutality. But if you're going to talk about, like, voting for a party, okay, then how is that any different than, like, what Joe Biden was doing, right? Joe Biden was literally fucking saying, if you want to dismantle me, if you say that I shouldn't be president, then you're anti-black because black people are pro-me. That's the most cynical application of this shield I've ever seen. And it was so funny because it was glaringly obvious that it was being deployed to stop a black woman from actually assuming that role. It was so glaringly obvious. You were, what? God forbid we mentioned the fact that black people would be targeted under a police state. How awful and performative. You're doing id poll right now. Be for real. What? Every step you take in this direction should be productive, okay? It should be productive. It should be productive. You think black people don't know that they're going to be targeted under a police state? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, they know, dude. That the idea that they don't know is actually the dumb part, okay? Like, the assumption that they don't know is stupid. Here, I'll use a term that, like, everyone can understand. If you're fat, you'll understand this better than everyone else. This is why people say fat shaming doesn't work, okay? Because it doesn't. You think fat people don't know they're fat? You think black people don't know white supremacy? What the fuck? What are you going to educate them on it? They experience it. They learn it. It's like how Palestinians learn about hating Israel. They don't learn it at fucking school, okay? They learn it through their everyday experiences. Like, IDPOL is shortened for identity politics. I'm confused about the premise. Who's shaming black people for voting for Kamala? Yeah, I don't even know.
When Israel attacked Lebanon in 2006, renowned writer Toni Morrison signed a statement with other public intellectuals, saying the attacks were a distraction in order to divert world attention from a long-term military, economic, and geographic practice whose political aim is nothing less than the liquidation of the Palestinian nation. Mark Lamont Hill was famously fired from CNN for saying this at a United Nations function.
Local action.
You'll never make me hate. They'll never make me hate you, Mark. That's my goat. That's my king.
An international action that will give us what justice requires. And that is a free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Dr. Cornel West also claims that his vocal opposition to Israeli occupation may have led to him being denied tenure at Harvard. But the sacrifice of black radicals, scholars, and intellectuals in shifting public attitudes on Palestine has not been in vain. Mainstream solidarity with Palestinians is clearly growing in Western countries. In 2021, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Cori Bush, and others all expressed unwavering support for Palestine during Israel's attacks on Gaza, an unprecedented show of solidarity in the history of US Congress.
That means we oppose our money going to fund militarized policing, occupation, and systems of violent oppression and trauma. We are anti-war, we are anti-occupation, and we are anti-apartheid, period.
Do we have, just curious if you traveled to the Middle East at all? I know you're from Turkey, but outside of Turkey, no. I have not. Do we have a live stream that has captions? Because everyone's gonna be annoyed by captions. Oh my God, he's got so many food. Oh my God, he's gonna do props. He's doing prop comic shit. Respect. Respect to the legend. Put some respect on it. But yeah, while we wait for Donald Trump, here's more on the here's more on the TikTok drama that everyone has been desperate to hear my take on.
The CIA is scrolling on their phone on their belly with their feet kicked up, twirling their hair.
I haven't felt this way about TikTok shit since the last time I heard like young black TikTokers talking about how like MLK was actually bad because he slept around with like white women or something. Like that was the last time when I saw that. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God, this is literally like FBI. This is FBI propaganda. Like that was straight up something that the FBI tried to do. Okay? Like how the fuck are people just doing COINTELPRO on their own willingly? Like how the fuck did that happen? Like how do we arrive at that, man? How the fuck did we arrive at that? Where like people, yeah, J. Edgar Hoover would cry at the COINTELPRO TikTok Zoomers can do is crazy. Okay? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Watching y'all do their work for them. Dear God, hey. They is giggling and sniggling, child. Watching y'all do the work of destroying Black and Palestinian solidarity all by yourselves. Let me preface everything I'm about to say by saying it does not matter whether Palestinians are anti-Black or not. They don't deserve to be genocided. You know? Black and Palestinian solidarity goes all the way back to the Civil Rights Movement. Whether it is Malcolm X's views on Palestinian liberation, whether it's a Black Panther Party that 60% of Black people said they were proud of at the time, or 46% of Black people also said the Black Panther Party represented their values and their views. These people were anti-imperialist and they were pro-Palestinian liberation. And it's because the same school of thought that says that Black people deserve to die because of insert bullshit reason here is the same school of thought that is bringing y'all to say that because Palestinians are quote unquote anti-Black, we shouldn't care about their lives. It's the same mindset and it's sick. Culture influences politics. It is not a mistake that they are
It's literally just the I don't support Palestinians because there's queer phobia, but remixed. Yeah, it's the same exact shit. Hamas doesn't care about gay people. Okay, fucking kill them all, dude. You got it. We should kill all the gay Palestinians with American weapons that Israel is using on them. Then that's the best way to solve this conflict, I think. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Also, it doesn't even work with like anti-black shit because Palestinians are not fucking anti-black. Like historically, there has never been a moment where Palestinians have not been at the forefront of liberation movements and have offered solidarity and support to like black liberation in general. So there's no historic basis for it. That's why the jump off point is like one Palestinian Iraqi TikToker who was making a valid point about how obviously America uses black people and brown people as a fucking shield to do their imperialism, which is objectively correct. It is correct. And people got mad at me when I was talking about this yesterday. Like, why the fuck do you think it was Colin Powell that was telling the fucking world that like you got yellow cake uranium in Iraq? Why how do you think that happened? There is a deliberate reason for it. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not that these people aren't qualified for the position. It is a part of that qualification as well. That having like putting forward a black face or a brown face to this oppression and through this to this imperialism is quite literally one of the things that the American government is doing. It's no different than Israeli military doing propaganda by being like, see, look at our Arab soldiers. They love Israel. They love it. It's the same shit. So when you see that, and if you're a black person and you see that Palestinian TikToker crying, okay, and maybe even talk about like black people are also participating in the colonialization of the third world, okay, when they're a part of the American forces. When you hear that and it frustrates you, okay, that's an understandable frustration. That's an understandable frustration that you might have, okay? We're like, what the fuck? Why she say fuck me for, right? You might think that, okay? But it's understandable for you to go back and revisit the situation in your mind, take a deep breath and think, okay, well, there is some validity to what she is saying in terms of like American imperialism, but I'm going to do my very best to advocate for the causes that I believe in, to advocate for justice in Palestine, because obviously your allegiances with people who are oppressed should not be fucking transactional. What are you, a loser? You got no fucking moral compass? Oh man, someone says something mean to me in the group that I'm actually defending. Well, I'll show them. You know? The fuck? What are you doing? People call me a fucking white supremacist all the time. People call me a racist all the time. People call me a number of different things. People call me transphobic all the fucking time. You don't see me fucking dropping my convictions like that because it has nothing to do with the in-group. It has nothing to do with the group of people that I'm like defending. I'm not defending them because they'll like me. I don't give a shit whether you like me or not. This is my opinion, okay? Have some fucking backbone, you know? Oh, black people are not rocking with Hasan. Okay, I guess I should be a white supremacist. Like, what are you, fucking stupid?
Literally putting
activism is not transactional. You're fucking delusional. You should do solidarity, okay? You should be unconditionally in support of people that are being oppressed, unconditionally in support of being people being fucking blown to goddamn bits with American weapons, okay?
Into the cultural understanding that Palestinians do not deserve solidarity.
The political comments on Insta said you were a human trafficker. Yes, dude. They're delusional. What do you mean? Like, I'm sorry that there's a couple fucking Destiny dick riders in the fucking Political Compass Instagram page. Why the fuck do you care? Yes, they also compared me to Andrew Tate. Yeah, people say a whole bunch of insane shit about me all the fucking time. I am quite literally explaining to you that none of that matters, okay? Do you have ears? Do you have a brain? Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Maybe you can make up your own conclusions, make up your own goddamn mind. Sure, those people are going to consistently try and attack me with like random, irrelevant, nonsensical bullshit with defamation. Okay? But who gives a fuck? You're an adult. You have the capacity to check on your own. And if you are dissuaded by that sort of thing, but then you still at least like venture into this stream, you will very quickly understand what I believe. Okay? Very quickly. Trump is not even on yet. Why the fuck are people saying he's on? Oh, he is on. Oops.
Finances in your country will never recover. You're never
What
gonna
the
recover.
fuck is this audio,
A
bro?
radical left person wants to put price controls all over the place, which will end up
What the
driving
fuck
up
is this
your
audio?
prices, not down your prices. Harris has just declared that tackling inflation will be a day one price.
Ain't no fucking way, bro. There's got to be a better one. Fuck me.
Who broke the economy, broke the border, and broke the world, frankly. Very destructive to the entire world because as we go, oftentimes the world goes. She destroys everything she touches. And if she wins, your finances and your country will never recover. You're never
Okay,
going to recover.
no caption, sorry.
A radical left person wants to put
Is
price
desperate
controls
for
all over the
voters
place,
to
which will end up
ignore.
driving up your prices.
She
not
cast
down.
the tie-breaking votes that caused
Thank
record
God for
inflation.
right side
She cast
broadcasting.
the votes. She's trying to blame Biden, as you know. So it was Biden, but I'm going to do a better job. But it was her. And if she wants to do a better job, she's still got 5 months left, right? But she can't
Thank
do
God
a better
for right
job
side
because she
broadcasting.
doesn't know how to. And she's of a place in life where she wouldn't know what a better job is. Going to destroy our country, and as a result of Kamala's inflation price hikes, it cost a typical household a total of $28,000. These are numbers coming from government; they're not coming from me. $28,000 she's cost a typical household. Kamala's inflation nightmare continues to cost the average American family $1,100 every single month. $1,100, again, government numbers. You're paying $148 more a month on food. That's every month. Average family, because Kamala and her ideas, and Joe Biden too, I mention him, but he's sort of gonzo. It all started with the debate. I should have been a little bit easier. Somebody said, your debate performance was horrible. I said, why? Because you forced him out of government. But I believe she'll be just as bad. I believe she's maybe in many ways going to be worse because he wasn't really a radical left, but she is. She's real. He wasn't real. So I think she's going to be, in many ways, easier to beat than Joe Biden. What they did to him was disgraceful, by the way, and it really is a threat to democracy. It was a coup by people that wanted him out, and they didn't do not the way they're supposed to do it. $129 more on energy and $241 more. This is all per month on rent. So you have that, $148, $129, $241, and then many other increases. You add it all up, it's thousands and thousands of dollars that she and he have cost people. The cost of a typical monthly mortgage has doubled since I left office, and that number was about 3 months old from government, and now it's tripled. We had mortgage rates at around 2%, close to 2%, and they're now at 10%, and you can't get a mortgage. So that means it's a lot higher than 10%. I guess it is whenever they want to give over the money, and that's a lot more than 10%. So when you think about double, they've actually quadrupled or more than that. Think of that, quadrupled, which really kills the American dream for young people. Young people are being devastated by what they've done to our country. Grocery prices have skyrocketed. Cereals are up 26%. Bread is up 24%. Butter is up 37%. Baby formula is up 30%. Flour is up 38%. And eggs are up 46%. And many items are up at much higher rates than that. Now Kamala is reportedly proposing communist price controls. She wants price controls.
What are you going to do?
And if they worked, I'd go along with it too, but they don't work. They actually have the exact opposite impact and effect. But it leads to food shortages, rationing, hunger, dramatically more inflation. Their Inflation Reduction Act, by the way, was a disaster. It's what caused the inflation. Their Inflation Reduction Act.
What's his solution? He keeps saying he's going to fucking cut prices.
It wasn't really for inflation that they did it. They don't know why they did it, but they named it the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a very nice name. Got approved based on that. Unfortunately, people didn't understand it. I understood it. I said that's going to cause tremendous inflation, and it did, among other things like energy. She's running on the Maduro plan. We call it the Maduro plan, like something straight out of Venezuela or the Soviet Union. This announcement is an admission that her economic policies have totally failed and caused really a catastrophe for our country, and beyond that, a catastrophe in the world. A little bit unrelated, but not totally unrelated. We have wars breaking out in the Middle East. We have the horrible war going on with Ukraine and Russia. All these things would have never happened if I was president. Would have never, ever happened. And they didn't happen. Since Harris took office, car insurance is up 55%, and they just announced it's going to be substantially higher than that within the next week. They expect big increases in car insurance. It's out of control, and insurance generally. Thanks to Kamala's war on American energy, electricity prices are up 32%. Gasoline prices are up 50% and going higher. Meanwhile, real incomes are down by over $2,000 a year. So the incomes for people are down $2,000 on average a year, government numbers. The typical American has seen a 4% pay cut under Kamala and Biden, Crooked Joe Biden. Credit card debt has exploded by 50% under Harris to a record high. It's now at a record high. It's never been anywhere close. Since March, and by the way, people are going to have to start paying that, and it's not going to be a pretty sight for the next period of time. It could be a substantial time. Since March of 2022, the average middle-class household has lost $33,000 in wealth. How about that? $33,000. That's average. In July alone, 350,000 people were added to the unemployment rolls. It's a lot of people. 350,000 people added to the unemployment rolls. And think of that. That's in 1 month. That's in July. Virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. You know that? Most of the job creation has gone to migrants. In fact, I've heard that substantially more than beyond the number of 100%. It's a much higher number than that, but the government hasn't caught up with that yet. But virtually right now, as of the time they did this, virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. Harris gave work permits and Social Security numbers to more than 3 million illegal immigrants to steal jobs from Americans. So think of that. And, you know, they're having a lot of problems with Social Security.
Said more than 100% of the jobs created went to migrants.
They're having a lot of problems with Social Security because under their system of putting all of these people into it, it's going to blow up and fail. If she's elected, Social Security will fail. It'll be a blow up like you've never seen before. It'll be a bankruptcy of the entire system, probably the nation itself.
They're taking over jobs.
You don't have to imagine what a Kamala Harris presidency would be, because you're living through that nightmare right now, and it is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And you're going to stop inflation, but we're going to have a crash, and we're going to have a crash like a 1929 crash if she gets in. You saw a gentleman yesterday who got up, one of the top analysts in the world, frankly.
This is another argument that doesn't make any sense because, like, you're saying if she gets in, you're saying that she's destroyed the country. Okay, but if she also gets in, you're going to see a crash. And what doesn't make sense about it is that you can't simultaneously attribute the failures of this administration to while attributing the failures of this administration to Kamala Harris, you can't then turn around and be like, and she's going to be worse. She's going to be somehow different. Like, it makes no fucking sense.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When I left office, I handed Kamala and Crooked Joe Biden a surging economy with no inflation. The 30-year mortgage rate was around 2%. Gasoline had reached $1.87 a gallon. We actually had many months where it was lower than that. But we hit 187, which was a perfect place, an absolutely beautiful
COVID,
number.
bro.
Real income surged by more than $4,200 a year when I was president. Harris and Biden blew it all up. And if Kamala wins the election, the worst is yet to come. You'll have a real problem in the future because people don't respect her in the world. People don't respect her in the economy. Economists are laughing. They can't even believe this is happening to our country. And she wants to change a free enterprise type country into a communist type country. That's what she knows. She's considered far more radical than Bernie Sanders. That's all you have to know, far more radical. And she picked somebody that's far more radical than Bernie Sanders. He approved a bill recently, tampons in boys' bathrooms. He wants tampons in boys' bathrooms. It's terrible. It's terrible. But that's the person that she picked. Surprising pick to me. I was shocked. He's also got one of the worst run states. Many people are leaving the state, sixth most. And from her state, she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed, as the Attorney General, she destroyed California along with Gavin Newsom. And she, San Francisco, you know, was a great city 15 years ago. Now it's considered almost unlivable. You can't live there.
I feel bad.
And what they've done to that.
His heart is not in it, chat. He's just like reading from not even a teleprompter, but like papers in front of himself.
But what they've done to it is a shame. And she's going to do the same thing to our country. It was the policies. They had a recent article, and I didn't know this, but you're allowed to rob a store as long as it's not more than $950. Has everyone ever heard of that? You can rob a store, and you have these thieves going into stores with calculators calculating how much it is. Because if it's less than $950, they can rob it and not get charged. That was her that did that. Harris is campaigning on the largest tax increase in American history, including ending the Trump tax cuts, one of the largest tax cuts ever in our country's history, and working with families, a gigantic capital gains tax hike they want, and a new wealth confiscation tax. It's called wealth confiscation tax, which isn't going to make all of her supporters, you know, she's got some supporters that are wealthy people because they're stupid people, but they're wealthy people. She said that a 70 to 80% tax rate is, quote, a bold idea that should be discussed and studied. 70 to 80%. She co-sponsored legislation to abolish.
I think there's something to be said about the fucking water hose of just like lies.
Dumping everyone.
I don't know the I don't know how effective it is, but it must be to a certain degree.
Wait times, well,
especially if you repeat it long enough. Like every single thing he's saying is just false.
To take away your private health care. There are many people.
Literally every single thing he said is false. It's so
spend a
crazy.
lot of money on private health care. It's the best health care in the world, by the way. But they want to do it. They worked hard to make money, and they want to do it. Under her, you're not going to have private health care plans anymore. And you can be a wealthy person or a middle-income person, and you want to spend on a really good plan, better than a government plan could be, far better. And you're not going to be allowed. You're all going to be thrown
Lucky
into
for
a
us, I guess, and the
communist
American
system.
population in general, that people are too
everybody
stupid
gets
to
health
like
care.
listen to him and more so pay attention to the
10 months,
aura.
12 months, 11
And when
months,
he's
you're gonna see some of these
absolutely
how they work
delivering
in
this
other
poorly,
countries. It's disgraceful.
people will be
private
more
healthcare
focused
is
on the
gone.
fact that
She
he's
wants
not in
out.
it. Like his
Now,
heart
she
is
could
not in it.
change on that, and she might change on that. She's changed on everything, but I said, why are you changing? I actually was asking somebody that knows her, why is she changing? She had these policies and ideas for years and years and years and very solid on them. All you have to do is go back and look at your tapes, which many have been discarded because they don't want, discarded by the fake news because they don't want people to see what she said just a year ago and 2 years ago. I've never seen anything like it. Even my statement on waiters, waitresses, caddies, a lot of great people, people that drive cars, no tax on tips. All of a sudden, out of the blue, she comes out. That was months ago I said that. And she came out and she said, no tax on tips. She could have at least said, you know, President Trump had some great ideas, but one of the ideas was no tax on tips. I think it would have been nice, and people would have accepted that. but she just came
No,
out
they
like
wouldn't.
it was hers, and she never had her. In fact, just the opposite. The IRS is all set up to really go after people that make tips. And they passed legislation and signed executive orders making it really hard on waiters, waitresses, and that was very recently. That was just before I made the proposal. They were really going after people. So they're lying when they say that, you know, this is what they want to do, because their legislation, which everyone knows, and their executive orders were extremely tough. They also put 88,000 new IRS agents in that can go and harass everybody. She wants to close dozens of existing power plants, causing rollbacks of power in our country. You're going to have brownouts, blackouts, the likes of which you've never seen, and plunging millions and millions of people into poverty. That's going to put them into poverty, and they're not going to have heat. They're not going to have air conditioning. She wants to close dozens of existing power plants. So maybe she'll change that too. But she's got a lot to change. Almost everything she's ever said, she's got to change. Nobody's ever seen, and that's why we're here. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. She wants to abolish coal, oil, and natural gas, 84% of U.S. energy supply. And it's the coal and the natural gas, clean coal, I call it, and oil, natural gas that create electricity. And by the way, I'm a big fan of electricity. If we're going to go with the AI, if we're going to do that,
I'm
I don't
a
know if you
big
know,
fan of electricity.
twice the amount of electricity currently supplied for everything to the entire United States of America. So to be competitive on AI, I was talking to Elon Musk. We had a great discussion the other night. I agree. And he said a big problem is getting the approvals to create all of that energy, all of that electricity, specifically electricity, and you're going to need that for other forms of modern business too. And I'll get it done, but other people aren't going to get it done. They're not going to be able to get it done. As border czar, and she was the border czar. She was, I don't know if she was proudly called border czar, but that's what Crooked Joe Biden called her. She's the border czar. Everybody said it. And then about 2 weeks ago, she didn't want to be called the border czar anymore. She said, oh, I was never the border czar. It doesn't matter. She was the person responsible for the border, and she never went there. She went to a certain location once, but I would have gone there and taken my family to dinner there. That was not a place that is going to the border, a place with no problem. As border czar, she allowed 20 million people, and I believe it's higher than that. People say 13, 14, 12, 10. But now they're all up to around 12, 13, 14. They have no idea because you have millions and millions of what they call gotaways, the gotaways. Gotaways are people that pour into our country. We have no idea who they are. That's the worst of all. But she allowed at least 20 million people to invade our country, and she wants to give them all citizenship and free government health care and let them raid Medicare and Social Security, which will, again, she will destroy Medicare, she will destroy Social Security. And frankly, there's nothing she can do about it once this happens. There's nothing she can do about it. She called for abolishing ICE. These are great patriots who are tougher than anybody in this audience. Some of those people, I know them over there. Some of those men and a couple of the women, to be honest. They're tough as hell, but they don't want to fight.
8 minutes of ads at the top of the hour. When there's only three. When there's only three under my administration, but you can avoid those ads, the 3 minutes of ads, by subscribing for $6. It's $6 because of Biden, folks. Bidenflation.
I don't want to do that anymore.
Or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
I was going to say, though, these ICE people are incredible patriots. They're tough as hell. And they go into a pack of MS-13 gang members, the toughest in the world, probably the toughest gangs in the world. They come from different parts of South America, and they want to come in and in Long Island, not too recently, but recently, they carved up with a knife 2 beautiful 16-year-old girls who were walking to school. And the reason they used a knife instead of shooting them was very simple, because it's more painful. They wanted to watch them agonize. And these are animals, and we have to get them out of our country, or we have to put them in jail because we don't want them back. Sometimes you have to put them in jail because their country doesn't want them back. They'll send them back the way they do. Just so you know, I know all of the people that we're dealing with as the heads of countries. And they're very smart. They're very streetwise. And what they're doing is they're taking all of their criminals, and they haven't brought all of them yet. They brought a lot of them, though. But they'll bring all of them. I'm shocked it's taken so long. If I were in their country, it would have gone a lot faster. I will tell you that I would have gotten that, too. And they're bringing them into the United States. They're taking their drug dealers and their rapists, murderers, and every criminal, bringing them into the United States, and their crime rates are way down. They're bringing people from mental institutions and insane asylums into the United States, and their population for the mentally ill is way down. They're in the United States. They're dumping them in the United States. They're driving them through a border that's totally open. We stopped them. We didn't let it happen. And when I first came into office, you know the story, that President Obama at the time had no way of getting them back. And I said, I want to get all of the MS-13 in particular.
There's something very funny about like Venezuelan migrants that come into this country being routinely called a rapist, drug dealing murderer by Donald Trump, and then still turning around and like wanting to vote for Donald Trump. And half the reason why they literally had to come to this country is because of Donald Trump's sanctions on Venezuela. So it's like actually crazy. He just keeps calling them rapists and drug dealers and murderers and mental asylum escapees. And they're like, yeah, I love Donald Trump. I'm going to vote for him.
All the way back to Bush. It's been that way for years. And I said, well, how much do we pay them in terms of economic development and aid? Sir, we pay them $750 million. I said, that's okay. Call them immediately and tell them we're not paying them anymore. And the following morning, I got a call from the three main culprits. Sir, I'd like to speak to you because I don't understand what the problem is. I said, well, you've sent us gang members, and they send them. Remember that. They send them. They said, you sent us gang members, you send us killers, and you send us drug dealers, and you send us horrible people, and when we want to bring them back to your country, you won't accept them. And that's under President Obama and all the way through. And therefore, you're in default. You are in total default of the money that we send you. And we're not going to send you the money anymore. You're not getting any of the $750 million and more. We're not giving you any. You are delinquent. You are delinquent in what you've done. And you're not getting, sir, please, can we talk? I said, yeah, we can talk. What? We would absolutely love to have MS-13 sent back to our country. We think they're wonderful people. They're not wonderful people. They're wonderful killers. But they changed their tune totally. When I said they weren't going to get the money, I don't know why these people don't do it. And the $750 million now is billions of dollars because Biden increased it very substantially. He thinks by sending them money, they're going to send fewer people into our country. How stupid is that? So they're giving them $2.5–3 billion. The 750. Not only did he give it, I didn't even.
If you believe any of the things that he has said so far,
badly for so many years, we're not going to.
You are literally the dumbest person on the planet.
They're giving them billions of dollars, billions, much more than when I took over. It was 750. Now they're giving them billions. But they said there must be an understanding, sir. We would love to take them back. And I said, well, you're going to get them back. And we started bringing them back by the thousands, out of Long Island, out of Michigan, out of Ohio, by the thousands. And she compared ICE agents, these brave people, to the KKK. She said
this is a classic M-HUD take, but these people can be convinced to eat dog poop.
Well, they don't really, because, you know, when you go into like Long Island, like Ohio, like Michigan, we had a lot of them, and you see these men, in most cases, the agents, get out of a van and walk into, they call it a pack. It's a pack, not like a political pack, slightly different, even nastier, hard to believe, right? But they would go into a pack of these killers, and all you do, I've seen it so many times, all you do is see fists and feet and hands and fighting. And 2 minutes later, they stand up and they walk out. They have them by the feet. They walk them out, or they drag them out, mostly drag them out, put them in paddy wagons, and they bring them back to their country. They take them back to the country, and the country is open arms now, open arms. And it's an amazing thing. For her to say KKK is very unfair, but she doesn't know. She doesn't want to know. She's a very strong communist lean. She wants to end detention of illegal alien migrants, releasing vicious monsters into our communities.
There's something very funny about what he just described. It was the most Looney Tunes thing he's ever said, where ICE agents go into communities with brown people, and then they get into fights, and you can see their fists in the cloud of smoke. He basically verbally described like a Looney Tunes fight. You know what I mean? When there's a cloud, and then you see like arms and stuff and like legs.
Stops the American dream. We want our youth to go back.
But he just, that's amazing. That is amazing.
Successful and employing lots of people, and you can't get up early enough. I gave up that life for a life of politics. I gave up all of these beautiful places that I have all over the world for a life of being abused by the fake news media. And yet I would do it again. Somebody asked me the other day, would you do it again? I said, absolutely. Why would you do it? Why would you put yourself through? They go after you. They weaponize government. You have to deal with crooked judges that are after you and crooked prosecutors. And the New York court system is vicious and totally biased and, frankly, totally crooked. Why would you put yourself through? I said, because we're going to make America great again. That's what we're going to do. And it's very important.
Because it's his only lifeline to not
So when
go
I
to
win, I
prison.
will immediately bring prices down starting on day one. We will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. That's going to bring down prices of everything because energy brought it up when they went away from my policy. They quickly went back to it, but by that time it was too late. They lost control. But they've gone back to it, and if they win the day after the victory, they'll stop with all the drilling. But they went back to it because prices were going through the roof. They were going really bad. And that's what caused our inflation, and that's what destroyed the lives of many Americans. We're going to reduce energy and electricity prices. I will. By at least half within a 12-month period, we'll be able to reduce prices between regulation and having a tremendous supply, which we have. I always say we have more liquid gold under our feet, more than any other nation anywhere in the world, including Saudi Arabia and including Russia. We're going to terminate the Green New Scam. It's called the Green New Deal. It's a scam. And rescind all unspent funds. We're going to rescind that and pay off debt. And we're going to reduce debt. We took almost $10 trillion for nonsense, for absolute nonsense. We'll do bridges. We'll do roads. We'll do things that we need. But we're not going to be spending it and wasting it stupidly and have China laugh at us. I remember when, just a short while ago, Kerry goes, hops in his private plane, flies to China to talk about the energy prices and the energy situation in China with President Xi, who I know very well. Had a very good relationship until COVID came in, but that was a fence too far. But we had a great relationship,
What?
and Kerry would go up there, and he'd leave so happy. But they don't do anything. They just talk. They said, oh, yeah, we're going to do that. Oh, as soon as we get to it. In the meantime, they're building a coal plant every week, but now I hear it's 2 coal plants a week. And we're dying for energy. We don't have energy, and they're getting set for the AI because they're going to create so much electricity, and we're not going to be able to do it. But you'll do it if I have it, because that's an emergency. We have to be able to compete with China and other countries that are able to
He's saying he has to compete with China. That's why we got to do coal. But also simultaneously, he wants to compete with China by putting tariffs and also hates EVs.
Germany, as you know,
China is
went
like
a little bit
outcompeting
like
the
us, and
American
that was the
market
end
by a
of
lot.
Angela because their whole economy crashed. And their new government is building coal plants all over the place. They're building brand new coal plants, nuclear plants, and other things because Germany was going to fail. So why are we following these countries that tried it and failed? And they're smart countries. They tried it, they failed. Why are we doing this? Why aren't we creating great energy plants, great sources of energy, instead of playing this game with wind that is ruining everything, killing all your birds, destroying the fields, all these gorgeous fields? You got windmills all over the place, and you have birds. You want to see a bird cemetery? Just go under a windmill. You see thousands of birds dead. The bald eagle, if you kill an eagle, They put you in jail for years.
I do think he
And yet
actually
these
hates windmills
knock
for
him
this
out
reason,
like
by the way.
nothing.
Like, I don't think
And
he's
nothing
like,
happens to the people. No.
I don't
it's a
think he's
green
being
scam.
disingenuous when he
It's a
talks about the
shame.
bird
Look, I'm all for
genocide.
clean energy.
Like, I
want
think
clean
in
water,
his
I want
mind,
clean air.
literally, he hates windmills
But
for
you
that
can't
reason.
destroy your country over it. You just can't do that. We want to stop wasteful spending and big government special interest giveaways. You have giveaways. You have some of these people that are giving. Look, they're not giving millions and millions of dollars to politicians because they like their policy. They're giving it because they made deals. They're going to take over lots of different things in our country. They're going to build windmills as an example. They're going to build big solar fields that take up half the desert. Massive solar fields, and I'm a big fan of solar, but it can't fire our plants. It's not going to fire our plants. Fire up those plants. We got to get them going, and the only thing that can do that is fossil fuel right now. And the only thing that can make electricity, which we all want, is right now fossil fuel and nuclear. And nuclear has its place, a very big place in our country, very big place. China's going with nuclear. France has been going with nuclear for many years. We want to end the Biden-Harris electrical vehicle mandate. We have to get rid of the electric vehicle mandate. And look, Elon endorsed me strongly, most powerful endorsement. He said it 3 or 4 times the other night during our little chat. But a chat that was very well listened to and attended. We know that, right? It broke every single record, I think, in history. And he's a great guy. But I told him, I said, you know, I have one problem.
Record of his,
I'm all for the electric car,
all
but
of them.
it's a very small percentage. I think the electric car is incredible. I think what you've done is incredible. But people are going to want, some people are going to want gasoline-propelled cars. They're going to want hybrids. They're going to want other types of cars. And Elon, you know, they're going to have to do that. And he understands that fully. And I think he was amazed by this electric vehicle mandate. They want it for trucks, too. If you do it for trucks, you're not going to have any. You talk about a supply chain problem. A truck going from New York to Los Angeles, if it's electric, will have to stop 6 times for long periods of time. If you have diesel fuel, it goes all the way, and you can even come a piece of the way back before you have to reload. And with diesel, the truck gets lighter because you're using up the fuel. With the electric, it stays at a heavy weight. An electric truck is 2.5 times heavier than what we would call our traditional trucks. And a man from a company said to me, you know, sir, I've been buying trucks. For 50 years, I've been buying them, and every single year they got better and bigger and stronger and more powerful and more efficient, more fuel efficient. And now we build apartments in the truck, sir, and you would be proud to stay in those apartments. And then I say, I don't know if I would. But I know exactly what he meant, those big, he said, it's incredible, the trucks. I said, who builds the best truck? He didn't tell me. He said, they all do. You have 4 companies, 5 companies, they all do, sir. They build great ones. He said, but for 50 years, they got better. Every year, I started off with 1 truck. I said, how many trucks do you have now? 27,000. I said, 27,000, and all big ones. He's the biggest. This is the biggest. He said, for 50 years I've been buying, and every single year they got better, more efficient, stronger. He said, if they make us buy electric trucks, we will go back 70 years because the truck is worse than the one we had 50 years ago. And he said, I won't partake in it. They want people, they want the truckers, the trucking industry to do that. One other thing, the truck is heavier and the battery is much larger than the tanks. And the battery would take up about half of the payload. Think of that. But just as importantly, the battery and all that goes into electric is much heavier. The truck it weighs 2.5 times more than a normal truck fired up by diesel.
This is not true.
He said, if that's the case, sir, you would have to rebuild every single bridge and road in America because the weight is so enormous.
No, 2.5 times is not true,
It wouldn't be able to go on the bridges and all of the different weight-bearing roads in America.
It is heavier.
I said, did you explain this to the people? I mean, you know, a 5-year-old child, if he was hearing these things, it doesn't go far. It takes too much room. You don't have any room left for anything. It's almost the whole thing would be carrying a battery. Does anybody explain this to these people? We do explain it. They know it very well.
There's 10 to 20%
At the end of the
heavier.
meeting, they say, we don't care. Just start making your electric truck. We're not going to do it.
I'm not kidding.
We're not going to do it, he said.
I'm not kidding. I think he saw it's 25% heavier and he didn't understand what that means because he doesn't get percentages, and he meant like, oh, like 25% heavier. That's why it's 2.5 times bigger. I'm not kidding. I'm almost certain that someone told him 25% heavier, and he literally went with it and was like, oh, it's like 2.5 times heavier.
Inflation, pay tax on Social Security, and we'll get through it through growth. We have tremendous growth potential in this country, but not with these people running it, because all they're going to do is take away, and they want to take away your growth and your growth potential. Again, I say it all the time, we're a nation in decline. We're a failing nation. Right now, we're a failing nation, and we're going to soon be a great nation again. That's going to happen. Another thing we're going to do, having to do with a lot of reasons, a lot of things, and the economy in particular, we're going to seal the border. We're going to stop the invasion. We're going to send the illegal aliens back home. We're going to bring down the cost of health care and housing. We're going to make sure that Social Security is not going to be increased in terms of years, where people have to wait much longer. I mean, we have an obligation to take care of these people. And just so you know, I didn't do it in 4 years. I never even thought about doing it in 4 years. And they probably don't want to do it, but they're going to have no chance. They're going to have no choice, because a lot of the people that are coming in are being signed into Medicare. They're being signed into Social Security. And it's just going to explode, and it's going to happen very fast, and it's going to be very ugly. It's not going to happen with us. We're going to open up tracts of federal land for housing construction. We desperately need housing for people who can't afford what's going on now.
He's right about that.
And when we open it up and we take off some of the restrictions and regulations, you know, in California, 50% the cost of a house is regulations. They have to adhere to regulations that bring the cost of the house up by 50%. We're going to bring back our supply chains to stop costly supply chain disruptions. We have tremendous.
Dude, it took like literally 2 seconds for him to say something correct and then immediately flip it and say something fucking insane.
Like 3 months late now. I don't know, all these geniuses over here, I think we can.
He said we're going to greatly increase the supply of houses. Fine, great,
they are.
Awesome.
And I will say that.
And then immediately followed it up by, yeah, we're going to make it with like clay. Okay, we're going to make Play-Doh fucking houses.
Waiting for things for weeks and weeks, and I say, by the way, whatever happened to it? Supply chain, sir, it's not coming in, and it's a terrible thing. Nobody ever thought a thing like that would happen to our country. We're going to restore peace and stability all throughout the world. And you all know Viktor Orban. He's the Prime Minister of Hungary, and a very tough man. He's a good man, but he's a tough man. And they asked him, what do we need to stop all of the wars with Israel? What do we need to stop the wars in Russia and Ukraine and all the other wars that are starting? He said, when President Trump was here, we had no wars. We didn't have Russia lining up at the borders to go and attack Ukraine. We would have never had Hamas, because Hamas had no money, because Iran had no money. I said to China and everybody else, if you buy from Iran, you can't do business in the United States. And I'm not looking to be bad to Iran. We're going to be friendly, I hope, with Iran. Maybe, but maybe not. But we're going to be friendly. I hope we're going to be friendly, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And we were all set to make sure that they don't have a nuclear weapon, because once they do, it's a whole different world. It's a whole different negotiation. But Viktor Orban said, if you put Trump in, nothing's going to happen. Everyone's going to be peaceful, because they were afraid of Trump. Now,
okay,
I don't
then,
like saying
if Viktor Orban
that I said that.
said
I would say maybe they respected Trump.
Yeah,
but he said they were afraid of Trump. They didn't know where he was coming from, and they were really afraid of him. They're not afraid of these people. And being afraid isn't so bad, but I would say more importantly, they respected me. But he didn't use that word. He said they were afraid of Trump. And we would have not had any problems with China and Taiwan. We wouldn't have had any problems with Ukraine and Russia. We wouldn't have any problems with anything. But we will stop inflation. We will make America affordable again.
I doubt
and we're going
Viktor
to bring
Orban
back
talked about Taiwan, which would be surprising considering the allegiances that Hungary has with China.
To have the American dream. They don't even think about the American dream. Right now, they just think about survival. And I just want to end by saying we have tremendous potential in this country. We can do amazing things, and we can do them fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have to get them out immediately and fast and tough. We're going to rely on our local police. Our local police law enforcement has been so incredible. And they know. Somebody said, how will you get them out? How will you know? The local police know the name and serial number and middle name and last name and where they come from of every single bad guy that's come into our country. And we're going to rely on local police, and we're going to make sure that they have immunity from prosecution because, frankly, our police are treated horribly. They're not allowed to do their job. You know that better than anybody. They're not allowed to do their job. If they were allowed to do their job, we wouldn't have cities that have crime rates. You look at Chicago. On the 4th of July weekend in Chicago, think of this. 117 people were shot and 17 died. Afghanistan isn't anything like that.
I'm not kidding when I say I don't know what more amenities we can give the police. I guess like the only way you can move the needle in the direction of like offering more freedoms to the police is like if you start prosecuting start prosecuting people for saying mean things about the police is like a hate crime.
To a large extent, I bought. But brand new, and they had a parade yesterday, a beautiful parade. We were going to get out with dignity and strength. We were there for 21 years, and we were going to keep Bagram because it's 1 hour away. Bagram is this massive Air Force base that I visited. It's a massive base, and we were going to keep it because it's 1 hour, not because of Afghanistan, but because it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And they were showing it off yesterday, but the fact is that China now controls Bagram. China, can you imagine that? And we left. We were going to stay there. We were going to keep it. We were going to get out with dignity, strength. We were going to take our soldiers out last, not first. We took our soldiers out first. I dealt with Abdul, and he's still the leader. Strong man, smart man. But he understood that if he did anything, because we were losing a lot of people to the snipers, and under Obama, it was terrible. It was brutal. They'd be walking around and just get shot, and that was the end of them. Our people, and other people too, civilians. And I let him know that if you do that, we're going to hit you so hard like you've never been hit before. But why, he said, do you send me a picture of my home? Why?
Do Americans care about foreign policy? I don't know if you noticed it or not, but Donald Trump almost always only talks about foreign policy
and he understood.
He said, yes, Your Excellency, about on the terms that he would be the peace candidate. So Americans don't really give a shit about foreign policy overall, especially when it's like really nerdy shit. Like, oh yeah, we did NATO. We brought Finland into NATO. Like, no one cares. But Donald Trump always says, there was no wars under my watch, which is a lie. There was no new wars under my watch, which I guess that's not technically a lie. And that I'm going to put an end to all the wars that are happening right now. So that, in and of itself, is the only way in which Americans do care about foreign policy, which is just like, yeah, I don't really give a shit. Why are we spending so much money on like random nonsense around the world? Like, we should spend it on ourselves. So like, on that front, he's not wrong. He does a good job of routinely just like lying about how peaceful he was and will continue to be. This is something that Democrats should pay attention to and try to identify with and maybe actually talk about. But, you know, pretty silly that Democrats have become the warmongering party and have like adopted that position, weirdly enough.
I don't like the tags very much. Look at that, up 46% eggs. Wow. Up 65%. Wow, school lunch is up 65%. How can a family afford that? But look at this over here. What a nice job. I think I'm going to take some of them back to my cottage and have a lot of fun. Like the Cheerios. I haven't seen Cheerios in a long time. I'm going to take them back with me. Bacon is through the roof. They're all through the roof. The milk, everything is bad. And we're going to straighten it out. We're going to bring prices way down. And we get it done fast. And with her, it's just talk. She's a radical left San Francisco person who destroyed the place. And I don't know, it's hard to believe that she can even be in the discussion. They had a group of 12 people that she was considering, and they put her name in there, and they marked them, who were the best and who were the worst. And she was actually rated the worst of the 12. They had 12 plus her, 13 people. And they rated her the worst. Now, 6 weeks ago, she was considered to be a failed vice president and a failed administration, a disaster. And now all of these people are talking about her like she's Margaret Thatcher, liberal version. She's not smart.
Margaret Thatcher was a liberal.
I don't believe she loves.
She was a
our
neoliberal.
country. And we cannot have our country destroyed, because once that happens, it'll never be able to come back. Okay? If you'd like, we can ask a few questions. Yeah, please. Yeah. The last time I saw him was at Mar-a-Lago, and he came with his wife and
talking about Bibi,
a large group of people. And we had a very good relationship with him and with Israel. Again, this would never have happened. October 7th would have never happened, would have never, ever happened. And he asked for the meeting. We had the meeting. It was about 2 hours, 2.5 hours long. And I expect I might be talking to him, but I haven't since then. No. No, I didn't encourage him. No, he knows what he's doing. I did encourage him to get this over with. You want to get it over with. It has to get over with fast. But have victory, get your victory, and get it over with. It has to stop. The killing has to stop. Yes, please, behind you. Thank you.
Wow, what a bold and brave way to be pro-Palestinian, sir. Thank you.
So, I don't know if you heard the question. You've spoken about God saving your life. That I've spoken passionately about it, and something happened, because that was a miracle. I never looked that way.
That's how you know he's a phony fuck, by the way, and not the anti-establishment figure that he presents himself as. Because if he was truly an anti-establishment figure, he'd be like, yeah, Israel can suck dicks, okay?
Everyone knows it very well.
But he's not.
It showed
He's
the
not a
great
real
numbers
one.
on
It's all
illegal
fake.
immigration. It was the lowest point we've ever had.
And so many
And
fucking
it was one that I
dumbasses
use
believe it.
less than 20% of the time. It's always at the end of the speech, not at the beginning of the speech. And it's always on the left side, not the right side. And yet, for some reason, I called it. It's not on a teleprompter. I do things largely without a teleprompter, frankly, because it's hard to hold an audience if you're going to go for an hour and a half or 2 hours
still better than Biden. I know
reading
he's
a
lying.
script.
Like he was lying in
And
his first campaign.
I just talked about it, and I moved to my right, turned
Biden is
sharply
doing a
to my right,
genocide.
king.
Still.
And if I didn't do that,
And
I'm
he's
not here with
saying
you.
that he
So,
would do it
yeah,
as well. Like,
God
what are you
has
talking
something
about?
to do with it. It's a miracle, and God had something to do with it. And maybe it's we want to save the world. This world is going down. This world is going down. So it could be. But I believe that. I believe that my sons are very good shooters. They're like scratch golfers, better, relatively speaking, with shooters, great shooters. And Eric and Don both told me from 130 yards. I said, well, that's pretty far away, isn't it? They said, no, that's like a 1-foot putt with, weapons like the one being used. Plus, he was a good shooter. This guy was a good shooter. He went to the range and shot a lot. And
Yeah, see?
he was supposed to be a pretty good shooter.
He doesn't like.
They said a bad shooter
I'm
would hit
leaning
the
on the
target almost
Trump has
100% of the
PTSD
time.
angle. I agree,
So,
but he also wants to
something
present it as
happened.
like
And I have to
God
say
saving his
the,
life.
Secret Service sniper did an amazing job.
Like this
He had
guy was
5
a great
seconds to
shooter,
find the target
and it was actually a
and
distance that
hit the
wasn't that
target,
fucking
and he hit the
crazy.
target
And he
within,
should have
think of
killed
this,
him,
5
but God
seconds. He
saved
was
him.
much
Like
further
that's what
away
he's
because
talking
he was
about. It's
over
like
here.
divine intervention.
And this other person was over there. So you have to give credit. And I have to also say about the Secret Service, when I was hit, I knew it because when I touched, there was
And he
blood
fucking
pouring
loves
all
the
over
Secret
my
Service,
hand.
too.
I said, I guess I know what that is. And I was going down for protection. And they were screaming, get down, get down. There was bullets. And those Secret Service guys were, and person, Kate, they were on top of me in a matter of, I think, 3 seconds. It was time dead. And bullets were coming out. I would hear the bullet. I didn't realize you could hear it, but now I know very well. Those bullets were going right over my head. They were there and very brave. There was nobody that said, I'm not going to be going there. They just, they were there very quickly, and they were very brave. There were mistakes made, obviously. He shouldn't have been up there. The roof should have been taken care of, and there were mistakes made. There's no question about it. But there was a lot of bravery also. We have to remember that. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Brian?
No, maybe.
Yeah, it reached a record. Credit card debt. Yeah.
Yeah, God really hated Corey Contemporary, dude.
Yeah.
hated him. That's why God killed him.
Well, I would say my message to them. So he said, credit card debt is at the all-time high. It's never been like this.
I saw this article.
What's your message to America? How are we going to solve that? And what will they do? You know what I think they should do? They should, on November 5th or sooner, if it's early voting, which largely it is, which is ridiculous. We should have one-day voting, paper ballots. We should have voter ID, and we should have proof of citizenship, because people are voting and people are going on now without citizenship. But we should do it, and maybe we'll be able to get that done too. It's one of the things I want to do. But my message to them would be very simple: vote for Trump, and we're going to fix the problem. We're going to get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. Yes, Brian. Yeah. So she is saying when she gets in, she's in now. And especially with Biden, because, I mean, he's not in the best of shape. But you know what? She's in there now. She can do anything she wants. And she's still saying, if you elect me, I'll do this, I'll do... Why didn't she do it? Here's my one question. It's the easiest question. Because she complains about everything. Why didn't she do it? That's all I ask. On day one, we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to close the border, and we're going to let people come in, but they're going to come in legally. They're going to come into our country legally. But on day one, we're going to do many things. You know, I can do a lot of things at one time. But the questions often is, what's the first thing you're going to do? I would say we have a tie. We're going to close the border. We're going to stop the millions of people coming in, and we're going to take all of the criminals that have come in, and we know every one of them. I know. And the local police know better than anybody else. They're going to work with us. I've spoken to a lot of the sheriffs, every police, virtually every law enforcement group in America has endorsed Trump. I don't think anybody's endorsed Kamala. Not one. I don't think anybody's endorsed him. And you know that better than anybody. In Florida, all over California, they've endorsed me. We have the relationship I have with law enforcement. And these are great people, and people that we have to really cherish and respect and let them do their job and protect them. And you'll always have a bad apple in everything. You have bad apples as reporters. That I can tell you many. I'd say about 80%. But you're always going to have bad apples. But you're going to have very, very few when you look at it. Very, very few. You have to let them do their job. You have to protect them. But basically, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the energy prices down almost immediately. And we're going to close the border. And we're going to get the crooked ones out, the bad ones out. And we're going to let a lot of people come in because we need more people.
I think one of the funniest parts about the drill, baby, drill shit is that, like, oil prices are
make sure that they're not murderers, killers,
almost entirely dictated by OPEC Plus, which is a cartel, right? And the American manufacturers just do not collaborate with the interests of American citizens. Like, there have been numerous instances where, like, OPEC will limit the supply, drive up the fucking prices because demand stays stable, if not higher. And then Biden can't do anything about it. So then instead of going to American oil manufacturers like American oil and gas giants and being like, hey, we're going to take some of your fucking oil, or you have to also have to increase refinery output, American oil and gas manufacturers will just be like, no. Why the fuck would we do that? We're making more money for our fucking shareholders. So it's not like Joe Biden has the capacity. I mean, he has the capacity, legally speaking, to like implement some kind of defense production. But the reality of the matter is he's not going to do that, and neither is Trump. So I think Trump is just simply relying on the fact that, I guess, OPEC will abide by his interests.
More than we would have beaten Biden by, because he had a little group of people that have been voting for him for a long time. She doesn't have that. People don't know who she is. As far as the personal attacks, I'm very angry at her because of what she's done to the country. I'm very angry at her that she'd weaponized the justice system against me and other people. Very angry at her. I think I'm entitled to personal attacks. I don't have a lot of respect for her. I don't have a lot of respect for her intelligence, and I think she'll be a terrible president. And I think it's very important that we win. and whether the personal attacks are good.
Do you think
bad,
there's a
I mean,
large drill baby drill demographic? Yes, it's called oil barons, who he is desperately begging for money. Oil barons have unlimited fucking PAC funds, and that's what he's going for. Ain't nobody out here is like, oh, hell yeah, baby, I love when people are drilling. Maybe like Western PA. But beyond that, most people don't give a shit one way or another. Okay? It's just Trump is directly telegraphing that for oil and gas billionaires.
He's a weird guy, and she's weird in her policy. Who wouldn't want to have strong borders? Who doesn't want to have lower taxes? You know, all my life I've watched as politicians campaigned, and I've always been on, you know, for the most part on the other side, on the side that these people are on. And they always talked about, we're going to reduce
the
taxes.
Permian Basin.
This is the only campaign I've ever heard where they're
It's just
saying,
like
we're going to
there's
increase
Americans
your
that maybe
taxes.
are geared towards
And then
like
people say they're gonna
increased
vote
oil
for 'em. I
production
don't know.
because they
So I don't
falsely
think so. I
believe
don't
that
think
this is
people
going to
know
lead
who
to
she is
lower
yet.
gas
When
prices
people-
for
'cause
Americans.
Really, people didn't know.
But that literally
You
has
can ask
nothing to
the
do
man
with
on the
anything.
street.
It's
I saw it on one of
entirely
the shows
dictated by
today. They asked the
OPEC.
man on the street, what's the last name
And
of
time and time again, American oil and gas industry lobbyists have openly told the entire population that their responsibility first and foremost is to their shareholders, and they will not increase output to manage costs for the American population. Okay? They literally did this during the first oil shock, during the fucking invasion of Russian invasion of Ukraine. Like,
They didn't put a picture. They got a great artist to do it.
U.S. already produces the most oil. Yeah, it's just entirely dependent on where it's going, my friend.
I just want to run the country. Some people say, oh, why don't you be nice? But they're not nice to me.
Global crude oil and condensate production in 2023 by select countries. The United States is at 12.9%.
It's never happened before in the history of our country. I did nothing wrong. I have crooked judges. I have crooked prosecutors. And they're all Democrats, all Democrat areas, other than in Florida, where you had a brilliant judge who ruled in my favor. I won the case, the documents case, won it in its entirety. And Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith,
or 12.9 million barrels per day, sorry.
But in New York City, everything's clubhouse, everything. I know it very
Million
well.
barrels per day.
Yeah, I know it very well. And we have a very crooked system, and it's one of the reasons that New York is dying. Nobody wants to come in. No companies want to come in because the courtroom system is so corrupt, both at a federal level and at a state level and a city level. And they put you into an area where you have 3% Republican
Not
vote.
trying to sidetrack,
It's
but I don't know
all
what they're using, but the merge
just like
tracking link gets flagged for potential phishing law. Just a heads up. What merge tracking link?
With her
Did fucking
boyfriend.
Warren James
And I
send
think
out
that's
another
been
merch
discredited too.
hit
They've been
or something?
discredited. But think of it. They don't want me to be
I'll text them.
a little bit nasty. They want to put me in prison. Me. They want to put me. It's never happened before in the history of our country. It's happened in third world countries, but it's never happened here. And they're in danger because you create a precedent for doing that. And once that happens, that's a really bad thing. You know, in the years before, and I've said this a few times, not too much, but with Hillary, she was subpoenaed by Congress to give everything she's got, and she burned it, she acid washed it, bleach bit they call it.
Oh,
She
he's still talking about this. This is
totally
awesome.
scrubbed it, and then they broke everything with hammers, with fire, they burned it, and then she said, I don't have anything. Well, it turned out that she had a lot to give. And everybody said, lock her up, and I used to go easy, just easy, easy. Then we won. And I said, wouldn't it be terrible? And you know, I lose. Some people are upset when I did this, but you have to look at it maybe differently now. I say, wouldn't it be terrible to put the wife of the president, former president of the United States, into a prison? Now think of that. Hillary Clinton, she was Secretary of State. She was the wife of a president of the United States who used to be a friend of mine before I ran for politics. He was a friend of mine. He used to play my golf course all the time. I have a great golf course right next to their home in Westchester. He used to be there all the time. It was his favorite course. But you know what? I could have done that very easily. She was so guilty. And I said to my people, wouldn't it be terrible to put, I don't know, wouldn't it be terrible to take, and we won the election, wouldn't it be terrible to take a former Secretary of State who was the wife of the President of the United States and put her into a prison? But that's what they want to do with me, and I did nothing wrong. It's all crooked
I hate
politics
people.
and really crooked judges.
I hate Americans, bro. My fucking, for the bottom of my soul, I hate how stupid some of these fucking dumb Americans are. Yo, you are a fucking peasant, dog. You got peasant brain. You got worse survival instincts than a fucking feral animal, dog. Straight up. Yes, let's have the federal government build homes and control grocery and food prices. What could go wrong? What could go wrong is your fucking, the price of your groceries could go down, loser. You stupid fuck. Oh, let's have the federal government build 3 million housing units. First of all, she's probably not going to do a bold proposal like that, even though she should. Even though she should. Okay? I wish she was having the federal government build the fucking homes. Oh my God, the amount of jobs. Oh my God. Unionized labor force building fucking homes, 3 million units. Are you fucking kidding me? I can only nut so hard. Fuck, man. These people are so fucking stupid. Yeah, I saw JD Vance pissing in a, or posing next to women at the urinal or some shit. The reason why you have inflation is not because of fucking regular supply demand dynamics, okay? It is absolutely greedflation. Corporations are price gouging, and they haven't stopped doing it, okay? They took advantage of the logistical problems that occurred, and then they realized they just keep prices the same and maybe even maybe even increase it as well. A lot of people think that, or a lot of people at the time said that this was voodoo economics. You made it up. It's completely fucking bullshit. Read a goddamn book, whatever. And now, even the likes of fucking Paul Krugman are forced to concede with that reality. Everybody said this shit was completely made up. Oh, greedflation. Okay, dude. Yeah. Like corporations are just increasing prices just because they can. And now this is unironically the popular position. Like this is the position that that economists are largely in agreement with as well.
Interference with a presidential election at a state level, and it's a state that always goes Democrat. It's interference, and as you know, the Supreme Court ruled recently on immunity, and I'm immune from all of the stuff that they charged me with. But isn't it a terrible thing? And yet Hillary Clinton, when it came time to make a decision, I said, I don't want to put the wife of the President of the United States in prison. I want the country to come together and to be unified.
Bro, this is the funniest revisionist history. Also, Austin is literally watching me on his fucking computer. Literally right there. I can see him. And he's in the chat fucking posting kappas. Okay, let me tell you something, okay? This is one of the funnier revisionist history moments for Donald Trump because there are so many instances where he was like, lock her up!
Once they start that ball rolling, once they started rolling, that's a nasty
like, what are you saying? Also, what kind of pussy shit is this, bro? They wanted you to lock her up and you fucking failed. I'm mad about it. It would have been sick. It would have been fucking sick if you locked her up, dumbass. Your fans wanted that shit. Why are you talking like you don't want it?
Sure. I think that we've done very well. I think that we're hitting a nerve. I think this is a different kind of a race. All we have to do is define our opponent as being a communist or a socialist or somebody that's going to destroy our country. You know, I fought Nikki very hard. I beat her in her own state by legendary numbers. And I get along with her fine. I appreciate that she endorsed me and all of that. No, I think that... I think relatively to what they're doing and how radical they are and how, in many ways, how sick they are, I think I'm doing a very calm campaign. I mean, we're here. There's no shouting. Now, you'll say he ranted and raved, and not you, but some of you will say he ranted and raved. I didn't rant and rave. I'm a very calm person, believe it or not. If I wasn't, probably wouldn't be around anymore, you know? Probably wouldn't be around. But no, I think I appreciate her advice. I have to do it my way. You know, I ran against her. And I did it my way. People said I should maybe do it a different way, but I won in South Carolina by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. You know, it wasn't even close. And I think she's a good woman. I'd love to have her support. Yeah, she gave me support, but I'd love to have her go around and campaign. Well, not only responsible, they probably can't do it legally, and that will drive up prices. She wants no fracking. Now, she may go and change that. I think she's already changed it. But she wants to have no fracking. I want no fracking. But for her whole life, she said that, no fracking. Then about, I don't know when, a couple of months ago, all of a sudden when she started looking at polls, remember this, she all of a sudden says fracking. I don't think I won Pennsylvania, and I did much better the second time. I won it in 2016, did much better the second time. I know Pennsylvania very well. I don't think there's any way in hell that somebody that's intelligent living in Pennsylvania is going to vote for somebody that basically will eventually end fracking, end fossil fuel.
Y'all see this shit? She just quietly came over here and just like turned her back. She's like, okay, it's pets time. It's pets time for me. You see this shit? She thinks she's fucking slick, dude. She thinks, this bitch thinks she's fucking slick.
So, no, I think that she's made statements. I don't know how you get out of it. I don't know how you can say for 10 years there'll be no fracking.
It worked.
I mean, we have tapes of her laughing at the stupidity of the question. Of course I'm not going to allow fracking. Then all of a sudden, a few months ago, she comes out in favor of, oh, yes, I'd allow fracking. I don't think anybody in Pennsylvania will be, I think she's going to do very badly in Pennsylvania. You have to frack. We need the energy, and Pennsylvania needs the jobs, but Pennsylvania needs the energy also. That energy is going to support our new system for AI and all of the other modern things that need massive amounts of electricity and energy, massive. So it's a very good question, actually. But we have to unify as a country. We have to come together, and I think we can. You know, I get that question oftentimes, and I used to think maybe there's no way because, you know, some people want a border, some people don't want a border. Most people do want a border. But there's such a difference in people. But just before COVID coming out, so 3 years, we went a long period of time, and we had an economy going the likes of which no country had ever seen before. I think you would agree. There's never been anything like it.
Look at her.
And people were coming together. People were calling me I would call them radical left. But I would say very liberal people, very progressive people. They came to me. We would like to get together. In fact, we worked out criminal justice reform. I was the only one that could have done that. I won criminal justice reform, and I got that for black leaders that came to see me. Criminal justice reform. Obama couldn't do it. Biden wouldn't even try. But nobody could do it. I got that done. And I got conservative votes to get it done. They needed at least 5 very
black leaders like Kim Kardashian.
Our country was coming together. And, you know, I can tell you the story of criminal justice reform. When you do that, that means that's a big step. Come here. But I was seeing people that were not seeable, that I wouldn't want to see them and they wouldn't want to see me. And all of a sudden, I was having lunch with people that, if I told you who they were, you wouldn't even believe it. Our country was coming together. Success was bringing our country together. And it can be done. Success will bring our country together again. It can be done. It was an amazing phenomenon. And I used to say, I don't know, it's awfully tough to get it together. I've never seen anything like it. Like, for instance, me getting criminal justice reform done. And I did that with Democrats and some very conservative Republicans who said it's very unfair where people are staying in jail for 35, 40 years. And today they wouldn't even be charged with a crime for what they did. And we got it done, and I was very proud of it. But our country was coming together. The black population had the best numbers they've ever had on jobs, on income, on everything. The Hispanic population had the best numbers. Asian population, men, women, young people with diplomas from the best schools, Harvard, MIT, the Wharton School of Finance. They're all coming together, and everybody was happy. And young people without a high school diploma. The best MIT students And people without a diploma were all working. They were making more money than they've ever made. Every single, there wasn't one group that wasn't doing better than it was the year before, 2 years before, or 10 years before. It was the best our country had ever done, and we were leapfrogging China. China didn't have a chance. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from China. Hundreds of billions of dollars. No president ever took in 10 cents. And what happened was an amazing thing. We had a great, successful country, and our country was unifying. It was the first time anyone's seen it, but our country was unifying. One or 2 points, yeah. And Fox News has always been my worst poll, believe it or not. And even Fox News had me up by 1 or 2 points yesterday. Came out, I think, 2 points, 1 point. I also think, you know, I tend to poll low. In some cases, really low. You know, in 2016, I was polling low because people didn't want to say who they're voting for. I don't know if that's supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing, but it is what it is. And we did very well in 2016, and we did much better in 2020, much better, but bad things happened. Through COVID, very bad things happened, so we're not happy about that. Yes, I've seen you around a little bit, so go ahead, please. Thank you very much. Well, I want to get along with China. I had a great relationship with President Xi. We made a fantastic trade deal, $50 billion of farm products and manufacturing products they had to buy here, and they were adhering to it. They don't adhere to it anymore because they don't respect Harris or Biden. But as you know, we signed a trade deal with China, and it was actually better than even the USMCA. It was a great trade deal. China had to buy $50 billion, not $15 billion, or not anything else, $50 billion, and it was a great trade deal. I think that that's one of the underrated things. I think we'll have a great relationship with China. I hope we're going to have a great relationship, but it's got to be a fair relationship. China was taking advantage of the country for years, but so was every other country, in all fairness to China. Every single country was taking advantage of the United States. I can't think of one country where we were doing better than them. Japan was taking, Abe was my dear friend, one of the great men, great leader.
He's talking about me.
All of these countries.
HasanAbi.
I used to say, who signs these agreements? It's amazing that we economically survived because we had such bad negotiators, or people were getting paid off. I actually looked at some deals. I'd say nobody could be so stupid to sign a deal that's so one-sided. Whoever made this deal has been paid off. And then I'd look into it a little bit. Yeah. And all of a sudden, he's working as an agent for that country 3 years later, 5 years later. Now, we changed a lot of those deals. South Korea, we changed the South Korea deal. We made it from a horrible deal to a good deal. I changed the Japan deal. But I made a great deal with China. They had to buy $50 billion worth. They never bought anything like that. In fact, it was a misunderstanding. When I said the people were negotiating, what number are we talking about? They said 15. I thought they said 50. So when they came back to me, they said, sir, we're all set to get it going. I said, good. What's the number? 15. I said, you told me 50. Why are we going down to 15? They said, no, we said 15. I said, you told me 50. Actually, I heard them wrong. They said 15, but I heard them wrong. So I said, go back and get 50. And we got 50 instead of 15. And it was great. You know, I really think that we can have a great relationship with China. We can have a great relationship with a lot of countries that right now. One of the things with China, I know as much as any country, but all of the countries, the one thing is they have to respect you. If they don't respect you, and you know, I was very tough in countries like Japan, and yet Abe, who was a great man, assassinated, horribly assassinated. He was a great man. He was a great leader. But I believe, and I was very tough on him. I was very tough on Russia. Russia, I was probably the toughest.
You know what's funny about him saying, like, Shinzo Abe was a great man? Like, the Japanese population doesn't even fucking agree with him. Like, who the fuck is like, I'm a ride or die for Shinzo Abe? Like, you think the MAGA Republicans give a fuck about Shinzo Abe, bro? The Japanese people don't even give a fuck about him.
Putin actually said
Who
to
is
me
this
one time,
for,
you know,
bro?
if you're supposed to be, like, friendly with me, I would hate like hell for you to be angry at me because you are brutal. Think of it. Not only that, the sanctions, but forget the sanctions. I ended Nord Stream 2. The pipeline was dead. And then Biden comes in, and he got $3.5 million, in all fairness, from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Remember that?
What is this?
During the debate, we brought it up, and Chris Wallace, who's not the father, he is not, there is no resemblance between him and Mike Wallace, that I can tell you. He said, you shouldn't be talking about that. I said, why not? They got the family, $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Why wouldn't I talk about that? He wouldn't let me talk. I said, what do I'm negotiating against two people, not one. I turned out to be right because a year later, that was a big scandal. Why did he get $3.5 million? But Biden approved immediately the pipeline in Russia, Nord Stream, and he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, 48,000 jobs. He killed it.
Bro, I cannot comprehend how fucking dude. This is not a joke. Like, as far as like Kyrie Irving, Sneeko, that makes sense. Porzingis, that makes sense. Jaylen Brown is like quoting the fucking Panopticon and shit at Berkeley. Like, you went to Berkeley, dog. What the fuck are you doing? I know this is like irrelevant to the Trump stuff. I'm sorry. Trump is just fucking talking shit, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Like, Porzingis is one thing. But like, dog, you went to Berkeley. What is going on with the fucking Celtics, dude? What is going on with Boston? You went to Berkeley. You are quoting, like, you're, in terms of like black athletes and their relationship with the media, you're talking about fucking Foucault in like videos and shit, and you're now following Ryan Garcia and Cobra Tate. What the fuck is Boston doing? What is in the fucking water? It makes no sense.
Elon wants to run an efficient company.
What is in the Boston water, bro?
A lot of people on X or former Twitter.
How? How? Racism. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
And there are going to be a lot of jobs.
Like, that's the one that actually makes me kind of sad, because like the other guys, it kind of makes sense. Like, I love Kyrie Irving. I wish he wasn't like this, but he is the most likely to follow Sneeko. You know what I mean? He's exactly like, if there was like an NBA, what is it called? Like when they do it in American high school yearbooks and shit.
He's a brilliant guy. And he wants to get the best he can.
What is it called? Like, most likely to do this, most likely to do that.
To a lot of his workers.
Superlatives, yeah. They do like the superlatives. NBA superlatives. Kyrie Irving, most likely to follow Sneeko, okay? In the NBA, for sure. Or like maybe fucking Karl Malone. But like, what the fuck is Jaylen Brown doing, bro? What is he doing? Like,
well, that's not, yeah, they weren't organizing against Elon. He let them go because he was having a lot of problems in California. They were making it impossible for him.
Kuzma got caught following and unfollowed hours later. Kyle Kuzma, Mystic Overload. That one I respect. I don't have a problem with that one. That actually makes sense.
Don't forget, the unions are really threatened by what's coming in, by these millions and millions of people.
Oh, he's Mr. Union
John
again.
O'Brien understands that. The black population is absolutely threatened. The Hispanic population is absolutely threatened because these people are coming in. They're going to take their jobs. They're going to make it very, very hard. What's happened in our country is very dangerous, very bad thing. No, just the opposite. I wish I didn't have to do this. If our country were run by Democrats and it was run beautifully, where we were really being productive and everything else, I would have never done this. I wouldn't have done it if I thought I couldn't have won. I think I can win. I think I can win easily. Once they're exposed for what they are, which is, radical left lunatics, and that's what they are. They're going to ruin. She's going to ruin our country. Going to ruin our country. And I just hope the people of our country, and I believe they are because I see it already happening, but I hope they are able to think for themselves, because if they think for themselves, if they look at the destruction that's going to be caused by Kamala and this person from out of nowhere, he came out of nowhere, a state that I love that state, but a state that's doing so poorly, where he's the one that signed in tampons in boys' bathrooms. He signed a bill that boys' bathrooms, all boys' bathrooms in Minnesota will have tampons. And what's going on? What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us as a country? So no, I would, if we had somebody doing a phenomenal job, I would be extremely happy. What I want to do is I want to see, even the last few months, I hope the country does really well, even though it would make it probably a little bit harder to win. I hope the country does really well. It's country first. I want our country to do great. If they were great leaders, I would be the first to say they're doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, you wouldn't. Like, does anybody fucking believe that shit? Does anyone think that Trump would be the first to be like, yeah, they're doing a very fine job? I mean, they are. Like, in terms of Minnesota, like, you're quite literally demonstrating that you won't actually say that, because you did say that when he was the fucking governor and you were the president. But now that he's running against you, you literally are saying the opposite. So why would anybody believe you when you say, oh, if they were doing great, I would say it. It's so stupid. He's still talking? No, he's done.
Their mics are turned off when the other person's answering the question. They gave me every single thing that I couldn't approve, and I said,
why
yeah,
boys need tampons?
So they got the debate on their
brother.
terms. They got the
boys tampons in the boys' bathroom shit is so stupid. Okay. As far as I understand, it's not even a thing. It's for unisex bathrooms, okay? Unisex bathrooms have tampons in them alongside women's restrooms. But who the fuck cares? If the boys' restroom had a tampon too, why do you care? What is fucking wrong with you? Are you going to shove it in your asshole? Is that why you're like, I'm going to shove too many of them in my butt? I can't stop myself from shoving all the tampons in my ass? Is that what it is? Who fucking cares? Be normal, you fucking freak.
I have to say, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash were unbelievably straight and honest, and I give them a lot of credit for that.
What the fuck?
A lot of people were saying you couldn't have a fair debate. I think we have that with ABC. I have some people at ABC that don't like me too much. I find it to be about the worst. George Slobodopoulos. I have a lot of people at ABC that I find it to be actually the most unfair of all the networks, and they want to do it on ABC. Whatever, you know, I don't mind.
I think you solved it.
Asking,
yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get why people are like.
The debate should have happened. Would have been a better question.
I legitimately don't understand how people have like this. Like, you can't pay me to be fake mad about this shit. Okay. Like, I don't understand how you can operate on this fucking playing field where you just like are actually upset. Like, really? Are you actually mad? Or is it more of like a haha tampon in men's room type situation that you're trying to turn into a fucking real campaign strategy? Because you can't. Okay? Jaylen Brown said he wanted to be on one of those fake Predator catcher kick streams while he was on IG Live earlier. U.S. men's national team seems like it broke his brain. That makes me so sad because I thought like Jaylen Brown could be one of those dudes that I could probably have on the broadcast at a certain point because of his like background, is his or I guess what I thought was his politics. And I'm so fucking wrong. I was so goddamn wrong, dude. Holy shit. He's a Celtic. Boston broke his brain. He wasn't on the team. That's what Chatter is talking about. The fact that he got snubbed. The Olympic snub broke his brain is what Chatter is saying. You could probably get Austin Rivers. Brother, I know his brother. I've hung out with Austin Rivers before. I think I've hung out with Austin Rivers before. What happened with Jaylen Brown? It's been a long time. Didn't Jaylen Brown just do a bunch of advocacy for closing the wealth gap for black communities in Boston or something? No, in Oakland. He did do that. Yes. Him and Jason Kidd set up a fund to, I thought he did it for, oh, he did it for Boston too? Okay. Tyrese Halliburton is what you think JB is? Hasan, don't defend tampons in boys' bathroom. It's very stupid. One, it's not even a real thing that's happening. And two, I don't even give a shit if it was. Okay? Don't defend this. It's stupid. Is one of the most cowardly, idiotic ways of fucking doing politics. Okay? It's so unimaginably stupid. Why the fuck do you care? Why do you care? Okay? People say the same shit about fucking gender neutral bathrooms. They're like, oh my God, gender neutral bathrooms? I can't believe they're doing gender neutral bathrooms. It's like, bro, you have a gender neutral bathroom in your house, okay? You have it on planes. You have it in airports. You've had it historically all the time, okay? Shut the fuck up. You have just been primed into believing that this is a new phenomena and it's weird, okay? It's not. It's not new. Even if it was, I've never seen people get mad about condoms in girls' bathrooms. Maybe a new dude needs a tampon for a friend or a girlfriend. Or maybe he's a trans man who gives a fuck. Exactly. It's so stupid. But people are so primed into like, people are so personally primed into being angry about some shit that they were directed towards. It makes me very mad. It's not a real thing that you're upset about. You're fucking barely doing a good job faking that you're mad about it. So don't come in here with some idiotic bullshit to be like, oh, don't defend this. It's stupid. You're doing gender. Like, shut the fuck up. Say it with your chest, pussy. Say it with your chest. The real thing that you hate is like trans people existing. And anything that you can like lightly tie back to trans people existing in society, you will cry about endlessly. Okay? That's it. That's the only thing, because you're a fucking delusional loser. Like, that's all this is. You are a delusional fucking loser. You're a bully. All you care about is like bullying a fucking group of people that are literally 1% of the population. Okay? They ain't hurting nobody. They ain't doing nothing. You're just a fucking delusional, weak, perverted loser who just wants to fucking cry and complain about a group of people who can't fucking fight back. Okay? That's it. That's it. Because you know your bosses are fucking you over every goddamn day. You know that the rich are going to keep getting richer. You know that they're not going to pay taxes. You know that nothing you say and do will stop the flow of weapons to Israel that are going to murder babies. So what do in all this panic and all this madness and this endless fucking cruelty? You look to a group of people who are easy to bully. And that's all you're fucking doing. You're like, oh, trans people. All you do is cry. If you literally turned around and made it illegal to be trans in this fucking country, your life would not even remotely change. The same shit would continue happening, okay? All of the things that I just mentioned to you is exactly why you're so fucking primed towards like yelling about trans people on a daily fucking basis, okay? That's it. They're fucking making you get mad at random shit that you don't understand because you're a fucking idiot. Okay? You're an idiot and you're angry and there are justifiable reasons for you to be angry, but God forbid you actually channel that anger towards something fucking productive. Holy shit, dude. The system would fall apart if that was the case. So what do? You just get mad at trans people. Okay? You are rich though. Keep being mad, dumbass. What the fuck difference does it make? This is not an argument. You're a fucking loser. You are such a fucking loser that you come in here and you go, you're rich. Like, imagine thinking that this is an own. Like, you literally came in here and were like, you're rich though. Like, that's how brain broken these fucking dudes are, that they think, oh, perceived hypocrisy, perceived hypocrisy, perceived hypocrisy. You're rich though. Like, what are you talking about, man? Is that what we're talking about right now? Am I your boss? Am I your manager? Am I the fucking faceless, lifeless shareholder that is only interested in his investments delivering better dividends quarter after quarter? Or am I some dumb fucking random Twitch streamer that is more accessible than those fucking actual people who are fucking you over? So you thought you could come in here and be like, oh, you're rich though. You got me, dude. You fucking got me. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your fucking boss. You can chirp at me all fucking day. It's not gonna move the fucking needle. Get angry at the right things, okay? Fuck! It makes me so mad, especially because nothing I just said, whether I'm rich or poor, changes, okay? You can't address the argument, so you try to attack the messenger. Okay? But even that attack is stupid. What a stupid fucking argument. I'm advocating for fucking more taxes for people like myself. I'm advocating to lower housing prices by increasing the supply of housing. This would make my house cheaper. You know why I don't give a fuck about that? Because I don't want to see homeless people everywhere. I don't want people to be fucking living on the goddamn streets. Okay? So I'm advocating against my immediate short-term benefit, but it doesn't matter because you're too fucking stupid to understand that. So you go, no, it's actually the rich people like this fucking billionaire piece of shit who's laughing with another billionaire piece of shit about like how unproductive the Guatemalan migrant is, or how, you should fire any striking worker. Like, those guys are the real people in positions of power. You like those fucking guys. They are literally telling you, like, we are going to keep taking all of your money. You're a fucking idiot. You're fucking delusional. You're a fucking loser. And then you don't get mad at those guys. You get mad at me because I'm accessible, okay? It's one of the dumbest things I've ever experienced, and I experience it every day 1,000 times a day. Holy shit. Yeah, dude. The real people who fucked society are the dudes coming from El Salvador, Guatemala, Venezuela, who just want to fucking make an honest living, who want a better future for themselves just as you do. And it's certainly not the fucking billionaires and the mega corporations. You know, it's not those guys. Oh, God forbid you ever get mad at those guys. Oh, no. You might actually get mad at someone who matters for once. Dumbass. Eat this fucking 3-minute ad break now, broke boy. It's just so fucking obvious. Like, you think you did some shit by being like, you're rich. Okay? You're rich. Like, meanwhile, the person you're defending is richer and was the president and is completely begging for even richer people to keep dumping funds in his campaign so we can keep deregulating, keep poisoning your fucking water supply. A lot of motherfuckers keep talking about PFAS, forever chemicals, microplastics, this and that. And then they go and vote for the Republicans. They go and vote for the deregulation party. They go and actually advocate for deregulation. What a fucking joke. What an unimaginable joke this is. Nah, deregulation is good for you. It's like, bro, you literally have a busted Honda Civic. You are not a capitalist, okay? You got a hand-me-down from your older brother. Like, you don't own capital. These people are charlatans, and they're stealing your future on a daily fucking basis, and you're so primed to just be angry at someone that you perceive as though they are weaker than you. That's it. That's why LBJ said, tell a white man he's higher than a black man, and you could rob his pockets fucking blind. It's true. Tell the lowest white man that he's still higher than than a black man, and you could just take all of his fucking money. It's true. It was true when big dick old LBJ said it, and it's still true to this fucking day. Thank you for pointing out you're not exploiting anyone. I haven't thought about the you're rich argument in that way before. Yeah, it's just so stupid. Motherfuckers love talking about like the global fertility rates are decreasing. I wonder what that's about. Why are men's sperm counts going down? It must be because we're like gay and socialist now. That's what it is. And not because like you're literally sucking poison on a daily fucking basis. And the agricultural industry has lobbied the government so fucking hard that you eat that poison all goddamn day, every day, and you say, please, sir, can I have some more? Okay? No, it's because we're horrible people, lol. No, we're not horrible people. Americans are just misguided. I mean, I get mad at like some people sometimes because God, holy shit, it makes me so mad. But it's just like, it's just so idiotic. Anyway, there's so much American capitalist propaganda people need to undo. They're never going to undo it. They're so primed that they just keep like, dude, there's no better representation of like that kind of propaganda being impossible to undo than this. Like, look at this, bro. Look at this. Kamala Harris to call for federal ban on price gouging in Friday speech. It's communism. Like literally government price controls on consumer goods. That's it. That's all he had to fucking say for like 26,000 delusional assholes who have been rightfully, understandably angry about fucking corporate prices and like groceries to just like immediately be like, oh, I don't want that. Communism. I don't want that. Oh, so you don't want cheaper groceries. Got it. No. It's cool, man. Yeah. These groceries just cost me $327. They should ban price gouging. No, that's communism. I mean, it is true. That is what it is. That's all you need to fucking say for some of these goddamn losers. What? Yes. Capital is realism. I know. Mark Fisher was right. Anyway. Trump literally said that in the speech Q&A. All we have to do is call it communism and we win. And Americans are so fucking delusional. They just literally hear that and they go, ah! Like this guy. Yes, let's have the federal government build homes and control grocery food prices. What could go wrong? Yeah, you could fucking have an affordable existence for once. I know, it's a terrifying prospect, dumbass. It's no different than Donald Trump literally fucking saying, why is Sweden, Norway, and even China's education system better than ours? And then immediately in the same breath, turning around and being like, that's why we have to abolish the Department of Education. Are you be for fucking real, dog? Like, you think that's what they did? You think that's why their education system is better than ours? Dumbass. But people are that dumb. They literally don't know any better. And the Democrats don't message adequately. They don't. They run away from good policies because they're also beholden to the same fucking corporate masters. They're servile little pigs in the same exact way that the Republicans are. Well, not in the same exact way, because Republicans openly demonstrate their servile pig status on a daily basis and then change the attention back to like trans people or black people. You know what I mean?
Vice President Kamala Harris will unveil a proposed ban on price gouging. Now, Kamala's narrative is that inflation isn't real, grocery stores are just too greedy, charging extra money for no reason. This is ridiculous. If any of you know how grocery store margins work, they are the thinnest margins of any.
Yeah, dude, this is some real populist narratives right here. Hey, boys, I love that right-wing populism immediately falling apart. Immediately. Democrats have to literally within an ass hair move to the left. Like, just a little bit, okay? Marginally, Democrats move to the left a little bit with like bold policy proclamations, and immediately they're like, do you know how fucking tiny the profit margins are at corporations? Like, what are you saying, dude? What the fuck are you saying? Have you seen Walmart? What are you talking about? We give Walmart $6.2 billion in subsidies per year. They made $147 billion in profit in 2023. It's also like 50% owned by the Walton family still. So like they literally, there's like 7 people that we gave half of $147 billion in profit to. And these motherfuckers are still like, it's not enough. Permanent profits. It's not enough. Fucking die. Fucking die. If you're working poor, you deserve death. You deserve death and destruction. Because we need to move profit margins by 1 extra percent, which means like $7 gorillion for 7 people. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's the working poor saying the same shit too. They don't know any better, brother. They don't know any better. They've never lived in a world where like we've actually moved in a leftward direction. With the exception of some civil liberties, we've never actually seen any kind of like economic prosperity. That's why.
Any store, any, let's just say market out there. The Democrats are trying to say, well, corporations are greedy and they're just price gouging. We know why prices are going up. When you have more dollars in the system than goods and services, prices go up. Inflation is the most proven way to crush an economy in a country. Government overspending is the reason why you get inflation. And Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote on trillions of dollars of unnecessary government overspending that flooded the zone with dollar bills and has raised your grocery prices. So now she's saying we are going to do...
He's straight up defending corporations here. And not even doing a good enough job like tying it back to the individual consumer and how this will harm them.
That flooded the zone with dollar bills and has raised your grocery prices. So now she's saying we are going to do price controls. This is terrifying. If she were to win, she would then be at war against one of the most firmly settled rules of economics. Literally 1,700 years ago, the Roman Emperor Diocletian tried to stop inflation with an edict on prices.
Wow. Real working class hero, Charlie Kirk over here, dude. He's fucking killing it with this rant. What are you doing? Oh, okay. I don't have any gum here. Oh, I do? I thought it was only nicotine gum.
And it failed. During the French Revolution, the revolutionary government passed the law on the maximum, capping prices on food. It failed. Instead, what did it lead to? Famine. If you come in with price controls, you are going to have food shortages.
Why? Walk me through it. Are you saying that we are at the behest of corporate entities that will refuse to continue producing? First and foremost, there is not a single agricultural producer in this fucking country that does not open up their hand and take billions of dollars in subsidies from Big Daddy government in an effort to already keep prices adjusted. Okay? So if they say no, okay, seize them. Seize those fucking agricultural producers and bring them under the big banner of government. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to go against the American government? What are you, fucking crazy? This is why I don't have that much of an issue with like the way that China operates. Can you imagine a world in which like agricultural producers in China go against the Chinese government? They're like, excuse me, sir. We actually want to make sure that we keep prices high. Can you imagine? Like, immediately they'd be like, good one. Okay, you're going to jail. That's it. That's it. What a ridiculous, nonsensical proposition. There is no world in which our agricultural producers do not fucking operate without American subsidies. We pay for that, jackass. We pay for those subsidies, and then they still turn around and they're going to do what? They're just not going to produce food at reasonable levels? Oh, no. What? Oh, no. That's so sad, bro. That's so sad. They're just not going to produce because they're going to limit supply because they can't make a tidy profit margin. Okay. Institute the Defense Production Act instantly. And if they don't comply, seize it. No, I know. Seize it.
Kamala Harris has been saying time and time again, it's time for us to do more from the federal government. The Washington Post comes out and reports that she wants to come in with federal price controls on your groceries. Same reason why rent control doesn't work in New York, San Francisco, and D.C. They don't have lower rent. They have the highest rent in the country and constant housing shortfalls.
Yeah. Subsidies for corporations is ingrained in the Republican platform. Necessities and groceries should be fixed margin, low profitable businesses. Kroger and Walmart could be nationalized, and it would improve the working class living by a vast amount. Solve wealth inequality. This is not communism, a Red Scare tactic. This is smart economics. Why are you covering your mouth? I was telling Austin secrets, state secrets. Republicans, inflation is a huge issue. Biden and Kamala own it. We need to check these corporations. Propose a ban on price gouging. This is unacceptable and disqualifying. Worst policy ever. These idiots aren't even trying. Just be honest and say policy is irrelevant to you and you're against the Democrats no matter what. Spare us the time and fake outrage. You can't identify a farm. Dude, shut the fuck up. Immediately trying to hit like an American mythical farmer, you know? Bitch, the farmers are also suffering from fucking corporate price gouging. Okay? What, the farmer eats his own corn? Is that all he's doing? He's just shoving corn in his asshole? That's what it is? The farmers that you give a fuck about are the ones who own the farms. Okay? That's it. But the farmers that you constantly bring up as a defensive shield are also getting ass blasted by goddamn corporate price gouging. Look at that. Greedflation caused more than half of last year's inflation surge. Study finds as corporate profits remain at all-time highs. Wow. Shocking. From the communists over at fucking Fortune, dude. This is why I was saying, like, a lot of people constantly fucking lie and yell at leftists and progressives for saying objective truths. Being a leftist is about being right just too early, always and forever. Okay? And people still get negatively polarized against you, and then they just move on. They might arrive at your position. They might arrive at your position a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, when it's far too late down the line, and it still doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? Because they already have that resentment towards you. That's it, though. It's always the same. Same shit with Israel. Same shit with swapping out Kamala Harris, or swapping out Biden with Kamala Harris. That's why I say history will absolve me no matter what. Okay? We've been saying it's fucking greedflation, that corporations have just kept prices high and increased it regardless. And it's like, oh, you're just making that up. You just hate the wealthy. You just keep saying wealthy people bad. That's it. CNN Business News study this year says it's not. Okay, dude. Yeah, no, definitely. Please believe me, okay? Please believe me. It is not actually corporations keeping prices high. It's not. It's actually, they just have no other way. They just have no other way to do it. Remember when they said that about the fucking bird flu too? Like, never let a good crisis go to waste. Corporations have one speed. They're always going to lie to you. Remember when I told you Walgreens was fucking lying when they said that they were closing up shop in Oakland and in San Francisco because of retail theft and it was getting out of control for them and that's why they were closing up shop in San Francisco? And I told you that that was a lie, that they were trying to use a very popular narrative that was already fucking running amok in the media to shelter the truth, to hide the real reason. It's because Amazon is cleaning out their fucking pockets and brick and mortar sales are too fucking costly because real estate prices affect them negatively as well. Okay? Remember when I told you that and everyone told me I was a fucking radical, that I love crime and I just like don't want to admit that black people are doing crime all the time or some shit, like, you know, racialized sentiments in the chat over and over again. And then a year later, the fucking CFO of Walgreens was like, yeah, my bad. We actually lied about that completely. Yeah, I live in a gated community and that's why I don't understand it. That's what they were saying. People love talking about how I live in a gated community, apparently. News to me, by the way, whenever they're defending Walgreens. Doesn't your house have a gate? Yes, it does. I had to fucking fix it with my bare hands earlier today. And I was thinking about it. I was talking to Murad about it, actually. I had to get that motor oil in my fucking hands and elbows, you know, get a little bit of elbow grease. And I was thinking about it this morning. I was like, one, it feels really good when you actually do have to like fix shit. If you do specifically fix the shit. If you don't, it feels bad. But but I was thinking, like, there ain't no fucking way Ben Shapiro's ever doing anything like that. It is a good feeling when you when something breaks and you have the capacity to fix it. It feels really good. And you are fat. Okay. He bought a piece of lumber at Home Depot. Why are you thinking about Ben Shapiro while fixing your door, Lamau? It's because a lot of these guys, like, I can't imagine them ever doing something normal, like a normal human being. You know what I mean? Like, they LARP in this way, but like, I don't LARP about it. I openly explain to you that, like, I'm incapable of doing a lot of this normal shit. Okay? They LARP as though they're like the everyman. I don't. But there are moments where I am doing some shit like that, and it feels good, and those guys would never be able to do it. Anyway. You fix your own HVAC machine? No. The extent of my fixing my own HVAC is shutting it on and off. That's it. Bro, there ain't no fucking way, dude. There ain't no fucking way. That Iraqi wizard chatter is so fucking stupid, dude. No, I know. I literally mentioned this. I mentioned this story. I did. Yo, dudes, I'm back. Please not World War III. Yeah, World War III is not happening, which is good. It's a good thing. Yeah, also, this is another thing I've been fucking yelling about nonstop. Pledging arms embargo on Israel would help Harris gain more voter support. Poll. Harris's aides previously rejected outright that the vice president would agree to stop sending Israel weapons. Except, survey conducted by YouGov and the Institute for Middle East Understanding polled voters on whether they would be more likely or less likely to vote for Harris. And remember what I kept saying over and over again? I just want to reiterate this, okay? You lose 0 votes for this. You only stand to gain. You only stand to benefit. Pennsylvania, 34% of voters were more likely to vote for Harris if she agreed to the arms embargo, while 44% were more likely to vote for her if Biden achieved the ceasefire. In Georgia, an arms embargo will make 39% of voters more likely to vote for Harris. And a ceasefire would similarly make 44% of voters more likely to choose the vice president. Arizona showed similar numbers. 35% of voters more inclined to choose Harris if she agreed to an arms embargo on Israel, while 41% of voters would do so if Biden achieved a ceasefire. The new poll comes ahead of the Democratic National Convention taking place on August 19th to 22nd in Chicago. I've been saying this non-fucking stop. Okay? Non-stop. There you go. You didn't even need the poll to understand this. You could look at previous polls to understand this. Okay? It's just so stupid. Also, some decent polls. One new poll coming out of Montana showing Tester up 5 points. Okay? This was a hotly contested race over Sheehy at 44. Where is it? Prem was like posting the things. I remember thinking it's so whack that nothing historical happens while I live, and now with corona fascism on the rise and climate change right in front of us, I just want to go back to 2010. Yeah. Lol, Tester is not +5. He's probably going to lose. I mean, I'm just saying there's like new polling that indicates that he's doing better than prior. Here it is. 113 journalists, 20 outlets, and 7 press freedom organizations have written to Anthony Blinken urging the U.S. to stop sending weapons to Israel. By providing Israel with the weapons used to kill journalists, the State Department is abetting Israel's violent suppression of journalism. It's like what you said, between the polls and the protesters, it's Kamala's votes to lose. Yes. What are your thoughts on Alan Lichtman's election predictions? Is that the fucking 13 keys guy? Because you can shove all 13 of those keys up your ass if you legitimately take that shit seriously. Okay, give me a fucking break, Mr. 13 keys. Oh, don't drop Biden. This would be a horrible decision. How the fuck can anybody take this guy seriously at this point? Don't drop Biden, guys. The 13 keys that I made up. Motherfucker reads tea leaves, acts like it's a hard science. Like, get the fuck out of here. That guy. How many elections does he need to get right before you respect him? I will never. Okay? I don't care. He is basically the poli-sci equivalent of that fucking octopus that always predicts the elections right. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? It's like that one, yeah, it's like every election season, there's like one animal that like always made the right predictions. Like,
tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
Here's the deal. No, they said to be careful and let her know this, that black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, you know.
I'm the first vice president, I believe, who has ever grown chili peppers.
I'm trying to expand my food knowledge.
You know what? We've got some cantaloupes. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Like I have white.
he doesn't make his prediction till October. I don't care, dude. I still don't care. That didn't stop him from fucking chirping about not swapping out Biden. Okay? The fuck do you mean? You think I forget? You think I would let that shit slide? Are you out of your mind? Anyway, look, chat. This is unironically one of the only days where I'll be hitting you with a fucking half day because I want to do right by my friend QT Cinderella, who is conducting a massive Beyblade tournament. Okay? And I'm going to go to this massive Beyblade tournament. I've never done a Beyblade. I don't know how to do a Beyblade, but I'm going to go there. I'm going to participate. I'm going to let it rip is what people are saying. I'm not going to IRL stream it on my end. You guys will be able to watch it regardless. Because you know, it's going to be streamed on Cutie's channel. Okay? You're supposed to dress up as WWE or anime. I know. You can tune in. It's going to be at 4 p.m. PST. These are the champions. Bro, she added me twice in this, I think. She put me all the way down here, by the way. And then once again over here. Like, I'm after all of these people. Like, I kind of feel like that's disrespectful. Not gonna lie. She put me literally in the fucking mid tier, okay? And then double added me. The disrespect is actually kind of crazy. Austin is on the bottom where he belongs. Okay, he's upset about it, but he belongs down there. I'm twice above you. How does that make you feel? Like, not only am I above you in the bottom, but I'm also above you once again. Like, I'm doubly above you. Yeah. What does that even mean? Damn, I didn't see you on the first few, so I thought you weren't doing it. You were in the show more section. I know. But yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to attend this. I'm going to do a regular, I'm going to participate in regular streaming activities. Sometimes you got to do things like that. You know what I mean? It's going to start at 4 p.m. Pacific. But I'm going to end it now before then. And that's it. Okay, bro, stop yelling back there. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay? I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna do a fucking Fear Ad podcast tomorrow morning, so I'll be a little late. And then that's it. I'm doing a regular stream tomorrow. No stream on Saturday because I have a bachelor party. Stream on Sunday, and then it's the DNC time, baby. It's DNC time. We're going to Chi-Town, Chirac, Chi-City. I'm very excited about that. I haven't been there ever in my life. So, Raid Cutie? She's not even live, bro. What do you mean, Raid Cutie? Anyway, I love you, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? But I will also, you can see me at the fucking Cutie Cinderella stream doing Beyblade. Bye-bye.
streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot